Everyone, you are live.
All right, very good. Thank you, everybody. It is 5:08 p.m. Regular meeting of the governing body for May 31st here in the council chambers. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Romero Worth, a salute to the New Mexico flag by Councilor Lee Garcia, and then an invocation, and then follow that up with remembrances. But we'll start with Councilor Chavez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
The flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol, perfect friendship amongst united cultures.
In honor of Memorial Day, I would like to bring attention to a quote from a proclamation read by JFK in honor of Thanksgiving. He said, "As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter the words, but to live by them." This quote lived with me this weekend as I reflected on what it means to live by the words of appreciation and gratitude for those who have served to protect our country, or those who have chosen sacrifice for the benefit of others. I think that turning the idea to honor and the words of appreciation into action is something important to explore. As a public servant, this is especially important to reflect on, and I will speak from my own opinion that I believe to honor those who have exhibited this level of sacrifice is to love and protect all that they sacrifice for. That includes our land, people, and the future potential that every new day brings. I will say that I vow to honor by choosing kindness instead of hate in order to protect those people around me. I will honor by choosing to acknowledge differences as individual paths to respect in order to protect the diversity that makes each and every one of us unique. I strive to honor by serving how I can, when I can, to whom I can, because every bit of giving and all the ways to give makes our community better. I will honor by caring for the land that houses us and nurtures us so that the sacrifice to protect these lands isn't taken for granted. And I will honor by acknowledging my own flaws, because the only way we can give better is if we are willing to grow better. Tonight, in honor of Memorial Day, I would like to plant this seed for reflection with my colleagues in our community, because to truly honor what those sacrifice is to take steps to act in honor and to act in gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there remembrances at this time? Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for those lovely words. I really appreciate it. I think I just wanted to take a moment to honor the life of David Ross, who was the father of high school friends of mine, Julie and Dalton. And David was originally from Queens and was in the Army and very involved in arts, and then met his sweetheart, and they were married in Santa Fe in 1970, and then subsequently moved to Santa Fe, where maybe some of you will remember on Kenyon Road, there was a David Ross studio where they lived and worked. And David was known for his animal art. He had hand-carved wooden step stools and benches and doorstops, and they were all in the form of animals, mostly dogs. So just, he was very creative in so many ways. And you know, those that have known David, he was a jokester, and he liked to make people laugh and just always was very generous. And I think on a personal note, I just always appreciated David for being supportive of any endeavors I was involved in, and was always lively and inquisitive, and was always willing to hear what I had to say about something that was happening in our community. So just wanted to send love to the Ross family, and Carol and Julian and Dalton and the grandkids, and just send them my love, and hoping that they will find strength in the legacy of David and all that he did and was for our community in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? I would like to remember a friend of mine from days gone by, a dear friend from when I lived in Portland, Oregon. A fellow named David Kotkamp passed away last week. I knew him when I was working for the mayor in Portland and working in city government. He was also a Nike executive, vice president for Nike, and then retired to Bend, Oregon. David was one of those fellows who was always quick to ask, how can I help? Not, oh, that's impossible, but if that's what you want to do, what can I do to be helpful? How can I support your initiative? He was generous, he was kind, and he always made himself available for other people, not insisting on being the center of attention. And I miss him. I think of him from afar, his wife Cassie and family. I won't be able to go to the services in his honor in Bend, but I want to send my love and my heartfelt appreciation and gratitude for what a fine and stand-up guy he always was. There aren't enough of those people in the world who want to be helpful just because they're your friend. Also, let's think about people in our community who are sick, who are suffering, who are dealing with their own hard times, people who need help, people who need our support. Let's bow our heads and give them our thoughts as well. Thanks, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Weber,
Present.
Councillor Cassett. Here. Councillor Chavez. Here. Councillor Lee Garcia.
Here.
Councillor Michael Garcia.
Present.
Councillor Lindell. Here. Councillor Rivera. Councillor Marworth. Here. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any changes to the agenda, Madam Clerk?
Not to the agenda itself.
Okay, in that case, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Madam Clerk, the consent agenda?
Mayor, we do have changes to the consent agenda. Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my microphone. We have several items that were removed from consent. 4 of them are for Councillor Chavez to recuse herself. So we have item A, B. Let me actually put them in order. Sorry. Item U, V, A, B, and A, F.
Little too quick there for me.
All right.
U,
U, B,
V,
and then item A, B,
yes, ma'am.
and A, F.
And I'm sorry, what?
A, F.
Anything up? Wait a second. Anything else there?
Yes, and then item B, boy was removed from consent.
Okay, and I see a hand from Councillor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove AL to recuse myself as well.
AL, sir.
Yes, AL.
Thank you.
Move to approve as amended. Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Could you please call the roll? Apparently not.
Sorry, Mama.
All right, why don't you guys sort it out and we'll wait a minute.
Just one moment, Mr. Mayor, sorry.
Yep, we got you. While we're waiting, for those of you who are sitting toward the back of the room, I want to alert you to a covey of moths that may hover around your head. They are not known to be dangerous. And to the credit of our finance director, she only Tuesday successfully, safely removed one of the moths to returning it to its outdoor habitat without doing any harm. So it is possible to safely capture, catch, and release moths. Public service announcement, yes. They are sentient beings.
Do you want me to? Yes, Mayor, we also would like to make a recommendation to move item AR, which is the ARF apparatus truck. It was on consent. We'd like to move it to discussion. Make a recommendation to move the item to discussion.
Does that take a separate motion?
You'd like to see if you'd like to do that. I mean, Mr. Mayor, councilors, this item was intended to have been on the discussion agenda. It went on to the consent agenda. And the reason we're flagging it for you is the ARF truck's fundamental. We need to get it done, but it did not go to the finance committee before. And so we didn't want to slip this. We know that you didn't pull it off consent, but we just wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. If you're willing to leave it on consent and let it go, that's fine. But we wanted to make that option available to you.
And Ms. Mayor, if I may, I believe that staff did speak with the finance chair on this item in advance, but I can.
Mayor and city clerk, yes, I am aware of this item and it should have been actually on discussion because it didn't go to finance. I think,
Okay.
although it did go to public works, right?
Mayor, member councilors, there's not a rule that says it has to be on discussion. That's just been our general recommendation when there's a financial impact of something that didn't go to finance. So we've been generally putting those things on discussion, but there's not a hard and fast rule
Okay.
about it.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch the letter of.
AR.
Okay, so I move to approve the consent agenda as ended with that change as well.
Moving that to discussion.
Second.
And there's a second. Discussion? Now, Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes, and can you remind me who pulled item BB?
Mayor Weber did. Counselor Romero Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved to amend the consent agenda.
Terrific. And thank you for straightening that one item out so it didn't slip by. Madam Clerk, can we begin then with our presentations?
Yes, we can. So our first presentation is Santa Fe Public School Board Association Excellence in Student Achievement Award. This was for Julie Sanchez, Rich Brown, and Mayor Weber.
You have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you very much. Just want to give you a little update. A couple of months ago, council approved our ARPA funding for work-based learning that we partnered with Santa Fe Public Schools. And just recently, we were recognized by the New Mexico School Boards Association for our achievement in this workforce development and student achievement. There's over 160 kids that are now enrolled in work-based learning through the public schools. It is one of the only programs ever in the state, and we think also in the country. So we're very excited about it. So congratulations to Ms. Sanchez, because she also helped with mentoring. So she helped us with funding for mentoring, and the Office of Economic Development used our ARPA funding for work-based learning based upon our conversations with the mayor when we first decided the idea.
Thank you. Is there anything you wish to share with us, Mr. Brown?
Yes, there's a hidden prize. So this plaque was given to us from the public schools on behalf of the New Mexico School Boards Association just a couple of weeks ago. So we're very proud of this honor.
Thank you. Questions, comments? That's it. Congratulations. Good job. It's nice to partner with those folks and to get some good results. Item 8B, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor, the New Mexico Human Resource Associate of the Year recipient is our very own Ashley Barella. So
And here to recognize herself.
Mr. Mayor.
Hey, John, correct. Come on down.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
Ms. Barella is self-service, and so she's here today. No, I will preface this by saying that Deputy Director Barella is fully mortified by having to be recognized for her achievement. And so we're going to try to make this not be very painful. But so what has happened is that we're here in part because we want to acknowledge and congratulate Ashley for being the winner of the Society of Human Resources Management New Mexico Human Resource Professional of the Year for 2023, which is a really big deal. This is a very respected award in the HR community. Candidates who were considered were evaluated on their demonstrated integrity, leadership, innovation, strategic thinking, character, objectivity, passion, influence, and their knowledge in human resources. The goal of the award is really to spotlight an HR professional in New Mexico who elevates the profession, who serves as a role model for their peers, who sets the standard for other HR professionals to follow. Ashley was nominated by Director Salazar and was supported with additional letters from her direct reports and from Mayor Weber. She was nominated for elevating the HR profession in her daily work and most recently taking a very important leadership role in the Munis HCM upgrade to include the testing, getting input from employees, building a strong structure for a successful implementation, providing extensive and meaningful training, and providing follow-up with all the users after the go-live date. I can just tell you that while we were doing the implementation and the work leading up to it, Ashley and the HR team were so proactive in making sure everyone on their team knew what they were doing. They had the training. They were helping to train other people in the city government. And I think it was a real key component from the HR perspective of having such a successful implementation of the system. As Mayor Weber said in his letter, Ashley is an attentive listener, thoughtful information synthesizer, and an outstanding problem solver. Ashley appreciates the why as well as the what. She is a natural catalyst who provides positive energy. She has the perseverance, initiative, and intellectual creativity to uphold the honor of this prestigious award. The city is very fortunate to have Ashley on our team, and I hope that you will join me in acknowledging Ashley and congratulating her in this great award.
Okay, he said
Accepting
it.
the award,
I know.
accepting the award on behalf of Ashley.
He said it correctly. I am mortified, but in all honesty, Mr. Mayor, members of the governing body, I feel very, very fortunate and honored to be part of Team Santa Fe. And quite honestly, I feel like the entire human resources department is the one who really deserves the recognition for all of the work that we're constantly doing. But it is a full team effort, and without the leadership of Director Salazar, we wouldn't be able to move forward the way that we have. So I'm very honored, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your team.
Thank you and congratulations. Well deserved, and mortification's okay sometimes. It's not a bad thing. Councilor Rivera.
Mr. Mayor, Ashley, I think I was meeting with Director Salazar probably a couple days after you received the award, and just to hear the pride in her voice, knowing that you had received it and that she had nominated you, she was glowing just talking about you. So she's very proud of you as well. I know she couldn't be here today, but I'm sure it hurts her that she can't be here. So, but I'm sure she's still very proud of you. And it's clear that you must have gotten this award probably before you kicked me at the soccer field that day we were watching the kids.
Oh, there must be a story there.
She didn't really kick me, but I like to give her a hard time. So congratulations, and we're also very proud of you.
Good work. Others? All good. Thank you. Congratulations. We really appreciate all you do. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have more awards. 8C.
We do. 8C is the Heritage Preservation Awards, and Heather Lamboy, our Assistant Land Use Director, is presenting this item.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, members of the council, Mayor Weber. Nicole Thomas will be giving the short overview of the awards. And so if you could promote her so that she can share her screen, that would be great. So on May 18th, I would like to report out. On May 18th, we had the Heritage Awards ceremony. The mayor graciously attended with us, and it's really
Counselor Garcia,
I'm sorry.
as did Counselor Garcia.
As did Counselor Romero Worth in the back of the room.
I was about to mention that, but we were well represented.
That's great. Yeah, and I'm sorry that I didn't see you all there and acknowledge you as well. So thank you for being there. We had a standing room only, and it was really great to see members of the community coming together after COVID. So all too often we have situations where we're not reporting on the good things as much as we should be, because we deal with challenges day in and day out. The focus really is on problem solving instead of reporting out good things. So we have a short presentation to give you an overview of who got the awards. I was really touched by a lot of the recipients, especially the Armijo family. Many members of the Armijo family came to the awards ceremony, and they had me on the verge of tears. So just because they're such special people. So I'll turn it over to Nicole so that she can give a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and council members. I will make this brief, but I'm excited to give this short presentation to you. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We can't even see you, but now we can. All right, you're zooming in. There you go.
Nicole, we can see you, but we don't have screen share on yet. Or
Oh, okay.
let me know if you,
Let me.
yes, you should have.
Now we got your screen, your presentation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank you, Mayor Weber, Mr. Brown, and council members that attended. This 2023 Heritage Preservation Awards was the 51st, and we celebrate Preservation Month every May by putting on this award ceremony and honoring people in the community that have worked towards the heritage preservation of Santa Fe. So with that, our first awardee that was presented the award was the Mayor's Award, and Mayor Weber kindly gave a nice presentation honoring Phil and Eleanor Beauvais, who are the keepers of the Acequia Madre for many years. They've really promoted the preservation and understanding of this heritage of acequias in the city of Santa Fe. We have several acequia associations. The Acequia Madre is the largest of them. The next award was presented to Mr. Frank Katz for his service on the HDRB. He was a member of the HDRB for 11 years. Prior to that, he was in the city attorney's office, and he was very excited to get the award, and it was good to have him on the board. And it's always good to have a little bit of long knowledge on the Historic Preservation Board. So he did provide that. Our next award was the Architectural Preservation Award, and this is given for outstanding examples of restoration or rehabilitation of a designated historic property. This was given to the old county courthouse that's right there on Grant Avenue. It was designed by John Gaume and was part of a WPA project. In the 1980s, this bottom photo shows where the courtyard on the west side of the building, on the north side of the building was filled in. And one of the major components of the restoration of the building was to open that courtyard back up, and they did a beautiful job, including the decoration on the corbels. So for that reason, they were given the Architectural Preservation Award. We also give awards for compatible remodel. So these are remodels that of contributing or significant buildings in one of the 5 historic districts. that was really sensitive in terms of preservation and style. This house, I didn't have a good before photo, was quite a wreck. It was a pretty blighted property. And the owner, Randy Lowenthal, restored this home rather lovingly, along with Dale Zinn, the architect, and John Clemens, who was the contractor. And one of the major components is that people often want to get rid of steel casement windows, and they chose to preserve them and other historic windows on the property. And this is a real asset to that Agua Fria Street, that section of Agua Fria Street. Our next one is compatible new construction, which is given for outstanding examples of new construction that harmonize with historic structures in the historic districts. This property was once owned by the Armijo family, who were really the stars of the preservation awards, of the Heritage Preservation Awards this year. So Bonnie Armijo, who owns Building Adventures Unlimited, was the contractor, and he was very honored to work on this property that was once owned by his family. The above photo shows what was there, and then this nice casita was the replacement. So again, a nice improvement and very compatible with the district, downtown and east side historic district. Oh. The Cultural Preservation Award was given to Johnny's Cash Store. Johnny Armijo operated this store for many decades. Anybody that grew up in Santa Fe will remember the neighborhood stores and how much fun they were to go to for candy and Coke and chips and other things. This is, I believe, one of the only remaining cash stores in Santa Fe. And it's been operated by the Armijo family for decades. Johnny Armijo passed away in March, but the Armijo family all came up and accepted the award and told the story of their father and him owning the store. So hopefully this store will remain open too. And then last but not least, we have an archaeology award that we present each year. The Office of Archaeological Studies was presented the award for their reconnaissance at the Eugenie Chenard House, which is a 1411 old, Paseo de Peralta, and it's the location of the Museum of New Mexico Foundation offices. And in advance of them building a new building, they, to comply with the city's ordinance, they performed an archaeological study and found that Eugenie Chenard was experimenting with trying to make her own Portland cement. And for people that don't know who Eugenie Chenard was, she was a famous sculptor also associated with WPA projects. And anyway, she had thrown these experiments into the well, and during the archaeological reconnaissance, those were found, and the archaeologists were kind of able to tell this little vignette of Chenard's life and this property and her use of the property. And those were all of the awards that the city of Santa Fe gave. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I did formally announce Nicole Ramirez Thomas actually used to work for the city. She's now a consultant to the Historic Preservation Division, and with the staff turnover and everything, she's been our lifesaver in helping us with our organization and all that. She's also an archaeologist, a professional archaeologist, and does some consulting work in the city for archaeological purposes. So, but thank you to the community for coming out. I think it's really important to recognize the passion of the people, and not only in the historic districts, but also in Santa Fe as a whole. We're a very special place. And I think we have lots of successes, and as is shown in the dialogue on the council, but also in our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you for helping get those awards made. And the recognition truly was outstanding. The room was packed. The Armijo family was in great form with matching T-shirts and great stories to share with all of us about the family. And I think it was a great day for everybody who attended. Thank you for bringing that back up to us. Any other comments about this item? All good? Madam Clerk, that brings us to 8D.
Yes, Mayor, item 8D is the audit update for fiscal year 21, and that is provided by our finance director, Emily Oster.
Good evening, members of the governing body. It's good to see you this evening. I am happy to report that we are making steady progress on completing the audits. CRI and CLA are both on site next week. CRI is the external auditor. They are reviewing their punch list and wrapping up loose ends on FY21. They're also working on the city's 2 component units, the Solid Waste Management Agency and Buckman Direct Diversion. Clifton Larson Allen is working on wrapping up remaining items for FY22, preparing for the FY23 year-end close and getting ready to open FY24 in the Munis system. On the operations side, we are sending out our bond payments, which are due tomorrow, June 1st. We have a total of $15.3 million in debt service payments going out. And this is a very important indicator of our sound financial management practices that we're paying our debts on time. And with that, Mr. Mayor and members of the governing body, I'm happy to stand for your questions.
Thank you. Questions about the update on the audit? All good? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
So now, Madam Clerk, we go to the items that were taken off consent.
Correct, Mayor. So the first item that was removed from consent is item U. It's request for approval of a service agreement with the Santa Fe Public Schools Adelante program to provide navigation services and housing and homeless support services for children and youth in Santa Fe in the total amount of $261,300, including NMGRT through June 30th, 2026. And this item was removed by Councilor Chavez so that she could recuse herself from the vote.
Counselor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So the next 4 items I will be recusing myself from because Santa Fe Public Schools is my employer.
Okay. We'll give you time to step outside and then we will take up our business. Okay. So as Counselor steps out, we will move to item U. Is there a motion on item U?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett. Yes. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Can you take us to item V as in Victor?
Yes, I can. Item V is request for approval of a service agreement with the Santa Fe Public Schools Teen Parent Program to provide navigation services and social and academic case management for children and youth in Santa Fe in the total amount of $302,250, including NMGRT through June 30th, 2026.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Councilwoman Villarreal was the second on that, correct? All right. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, Councilor Merworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett. Yes. Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And then we have A, B.
Yes, item AB is request for approval of a service agreement with Santa Fe Public Schools Restorative Justice Program to provide restorative justice support and services for children and youth in Santa Fe in the total amount of $236,100, including NMGRT through June 30th, 2026.
Move to approve.
Second.
Same pair, by the way, was also Councilwoman Villarreal. There's a motion, there's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera, Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
And then I believe in this last of the ones that we actually also have AL in the order of business, right?
We have AF.
AF first.
AF first. Apologies. Could you take us to that one then?
Yes, absolutely. Item AF is request for approval of a service agreement with Partners in Education, also known as PI, Santa Fe Public Schools Parent Involvement Program, and Wellness Ambassadors to Voice and Empower to provide student wellness opportunities and early intervention and prevention programming for children and youth in Santa Fe in the total amount of $154,200, including NMGRT in the total amount of sorry, I copied that one twice. Total amount of $154,200, including NMGRT through June 30th, 2026.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded by Counselor Cassett. Is there discussion? Could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you.
Counselor Garcia.
And I think Counselor Garcia is going to bring back Counselor Chavez. You could, while he's doing that, take us to the next item that was taken off of consent.
Which I think is actually funny because the next item is one that Counselor Garcia pulled, so he could recuse himself. All right, this item AL is request for approval of an amendment, number 1 to Aging and Long-Term Service Department Intergovernmental Agreement, item number 23-0030 with the State of New Mexico Aging and Long-Term Services Department for an adjustment of the award in the total amount of $64,176.27 for the senior volunteer.
Counselor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recuse myself from this item as I work for the federal agency that administers these senior volunteer programs.
Thank you, sir. So Counselor Garcia tags out, Counselor Chavez tags in. Is there a motion on this?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? All in, call the roll, please. Yep.
All right, Counselor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. Could you bring back Counselor Garcia and return the favor? We'll wait a minute. Okay, we're back at full force. The next item, please, Madam Clerk.
The next item, Mayor, is item AR. This is the item that we removed from consent for consistency. It's request for approval of general service contract with E1 Incorporated to purchase an ARF apparatus truck in the amount of $1,368,930 for the Santa Fe Regional Airport and Fire Department. There's also an associated bar with this request, which is a request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution using $1,100,000 in NMDOT grant funding and $268,930 in available airport fund balance for the purchase of the ARF truck.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion of this item or questions about it? In that case, please call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera,
Yes.
Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you.
And then the next item on the agenda that was removed is item BB. This is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Rivera, Councilwoman Villarreal, and Councilor Lee Garcia. It's a resolution approving the display of banners commemorating hometown heroes along the entire Cerritos Road corridor and along St. Francis Drive annually between Memorial Day and Veterans Day.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. I pulled this because I wanted to take a minute and talk about where we are with this resolution and with the banners. Last year at this time, I think we were struggling to get the banners up. We were wrestling with high winds. We were wrestling with engineering reports. We had a challenge to find a way to get the banners paid for. We were very happy that at the end of the day, the governor's team and the city collaborated and cooperated. And I had hoped we would be further along than we are right now. I had hoped the resolution to get this done, since it's essentially the same resolution as last year, but with a date change, could have been introduced and moved forward more quickly. I want to talk about that in a minute, but first I want to talk about where we are with the fundraising, because Councilor Rivera and Councilor Michael Garcia and I some months ago agreed to talk with Carmela Quintana and to do our best to raise the money that could get these banners up and paid for, because it is not in the city's purview to get them paid for. So we stepped up and said we would make outreach efforts to get that dollar amount raised. And I wanted to give some recognition to some of the folks who have already agreed to help us out, and ask for anybody else who wants to help to do so. We have not completed, to the best of my knowledge, we have not completed the fundraising effort. I've been able to make some calls. I will continue to make calls. I wanted to highlight some of the heroes of the Hometown Heroes program who have already agreed to participate, and give them some recognition. The money goes not to the city, it goes to the American Legion, if anybody's wondering, and we can provide information about how to make a contribution, send a check to the American Legion Post, so that the amount of money that is needed will be raised. So far, I can report that the calls I've been able to make include tremendously generous contributions from a variety of folks. As always, Buddy and Irene Roybal step up first and foremost. They are always able, willing, and generous. The Kiwanis Club has stepped up, and Ray Sandoval and his team have made a contribution, for which we're grateful. La Fonda and their different properties have stepped up and said they would contribute. Same goes for Heritage Hotels, and we're grateful to them for putting their sponsorship into this program. And Quorum has very, very generously participated, as has Hutton Broadcasting, and Scott Hutton personally wanted to be a participant in this. And another stalwart who is always willing to make a contribution in so many different arenas, Dion Silva from Enterprise Bank. As I said, we're not done. There's more work to be done. But I just wanted to make it clear that this is a community effort, and we're all working on it. I don't know whether either Councilor Rivera, Councilor Garcia want to chime in on that. It is what we said we'd do our best to do. Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so, as the mayor mentioned, the American Legion is tasked with coming up with the funding to install the banners, which comes from my memory about a price tag of $60,000. And so that's to install and then take them down at the end of the year. And it's been a community effort to raise these funds. And the hopes are we can have a more sustainable plan in the future to have a reoccurring funding base. That way, now that the resolution is being heard, and if it passes tonight, we won't have to address the legalities of them going up. It's just more so the funding issue of having the resources to install them and then take them down. But thankful that we are where we are now. The plan is to begin installation of the banners next week, and they will be installed through Veterans Day of this year, and then they will go down for the winter, and then they'll go back up again with the plans to be installed by Memorial Day 2024. But the funding process is going to be ongoing, and we'll be working hand in hand with the American Legion to ensure that we can hang these banners as long as we can, as long as the resources are there available to hang them. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your support on this. Thank you, Councilor Rivera, for your assistance. And most importantly, thanks to the American Legion for continuing this fantastic program that honors our local veteran heroes. I know lots of folks were interested in why they weren't up this year. We did hit the snag, but they are going up. And once they go up, we'll definitely be excited and proud to have our veterans banners hanging throughout our city as they were last year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, I know you're committed to this as well. And you and I talked about some tag team efforts we could make, who we could reach out to. And I think, that's part of how we get this done.
Right, I think we'll get there, and I want to thank you for reaching out to those organizations that you mentioned. I think there are probably many others, or will be once it's all said and done, including individuals, I think. So I wanted to thank the American Legion as well, and also thank Councilor Lee Garcia and Councilwoman Villarreal, who also signed on as co-sponsors to this. And hopefully we can work on this before I leave in December, so that it's workable from here on out without too many hiccups. But a lot of credit to American Legion for stepping up and wanting to continue to try to get it done and see how it works. And just all the honor to our veterans, especially now Memorial Day, or just passing Memorial Day, for everything that they've done for us.
Thank you, Councilor. The people who are recognized are one and all heroes, and they really are stand-up individuals who have made such a contribution to the country and represent our community so strongly. And I think we all want to get the banners up. We want to get them up quickly. We want to get them done. And you and I and Councilor Garcia have talked about a future plan that we could effectuate that would remove all doubt. And I hope we can move forward in a expeditious manner to get that done, and not end up making people wonder or wait. Any other comments at this time? Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. If you would like to call the roll on BB.
Yes, Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera, sorry, Councilor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes,
Motion has been approved.
thank you. What's the next item, Madam Clerk?
The next item on our agenda is item 10A. It's request for approval of the Chief Procurement Officer to issue a purchase order in the amount not to exceed $720,000 against the city's on-call contract with GM Emulsion, sorry, for the construction of the West Alameda Emergency Culvert Project. There's also a bar with this request, which is item A1, request for approval of a budget adjustment resolution in the amount of $720,000 from the 0.5% GRT for infrastructure fund balance to complete streets WIP construction to fund the West Alameda Emergency Culvert Replacement Project.
I think, why don't we get a motion and then we'll have a conversation with Director Wheeler.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second, and I think, Madam Director, we can turn to you to get an update on what is the progress on West Alameda, and why we're asking for this.
Thank you so much, Mayor, members of the governing body. Yes, the progress on the West Alameda project is that we are in design and we will be completed with 90% design this week. We've done quite a bit of work already to date. The culvert failed on yesterday. It's 2 months ago. March 30th. And on that day, we were able to bring a bridge engineer to the site as well as our contractor, GM Emulsion, who's on our on-call project. What happened was the culvert that was there fell into the Arroyo, 260-inch culvert pipes, and the road caved in. Luckily, our streets team had detected the failure in the roadway prior at about 5:30 in the morning. There were ripples in the pavement and they immediately closed the road, and we all went out to the site. And then as we watched over the next 2 hours, the culvert fell into the Arroyo and the road caved in. So it was unrepairable. It's the largest drainage that crosses West Alameda. It's a very steep drop, like 25 feet of elevation drop across the roadway. We were really glad that a car hadn't fallen off. The guardrail had given way, the road had given way. And so it was determined that it couldn't be repaired. It actually had been built without a head wall on the downhill side or the uphill side, which is why the pipes were able to release and fall into the Arroyo. So we are designing a new, really beautiful culvert to be really safe and long lasting. It has a 75-year design life and actually warranty on the pipes that will be there. They'll have major head walls on both the upstream and downhill side that are deeply embedded concrete walls to hold the pipes in place, as well as wing walls to make sure that the water is channeled into the culvert. Right now, there are some problems in high water. It'll come right out of the Arroyo and go up into private property in the area. We're also doing downstream protection, erosion protection that did not exist before, that wasn't built as part of either the original culvert or the expansion that was performed some years ago. And so now there'll be riprap in the channel and along the sides to prevent further erosion of the channel, and also prevents sediment from moving into our river. So this is obviously a big arroyo that's moving right into the river. The team has been a really tight-knit, cross-functional team. Our stormwater experts, Melissa and Zoe, are at the table. Our streets team is at the table with Tomas. I'm project managing. Mark Brooks, our field project administrator, is working with us to work with the contractor. We've got the utilities at the table already. There are 2 sets of utilities that have to be relocated. The gas line these were all embedded in the footer of of some of the concrete work that was underneath the culvert. And so we revealed a gas line and two Century Lake lines. Those will be relocated as part of the project as well. So we'll be at 90% design by the end of this week. The contractor has given us a rough estimate of cost, which is what we've used to estimate this amount to be barred, so that we'll be ready as soon as they can give us their final quote to issue them a purchase order and get to work on construction as soon as possible.
Thank you. Questions on this for the director? Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank you, Director Wheeler, for the community meeting that you led last night and informing people of what's going on and trying to help them through a little bit of the confusion and the questions that they ask. I think it was, I know a lot of people didn't attend, but nonetheless, it was time well spent, and I'm appreciative of it.
Thank you so much, Counselor. And thanks to the city clerk. Of course, her team always sets up such a fantastic public meeting. So thank you so much to the city clerk for that.
Other comments or questions about this item? Madam Clerk, we have a motion. Can you call the roll?
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera? Councilor Mayor Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett? Yes. Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thanks, Director. Could you take us to the next item, please?
Yes, the next item is consideration of a resolution. It's sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia, Councilor Counselor Villarreal and Counselor Lee Garcia. It's a resolution prohibiting the use of the fee in lieu of option described in the Santa Fe Homes program on the Midtown site. And Rich Brown, our Community and Economic Development Director, is already here.
Thank
Hey,
you.
Rich.
Hi.
I think I'll entertain a motion and then we'll go to the sponsors and or Mr. Brown as they wish.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Would the sponsors like to start the conversation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rich, for being here tonight. This resolution's gone through all the committees. I think we've had lengthy discussions on this topic. And so to help refresh the public's memory, the intention of this proposal is to eliminate the fee in lieu of, which is current city policy, that allows for a developer to pay a fee that on average is about $7,500 for a unit, a rental unit that would not be developed. And that is a policy that began in roughly 2016 to help spur development in the city. We had a previous policy that was a bit more prohibitive for developers as they wanted to develop rental units, and we changed the policy to spur that, and it definitely helped. Just to run through some numbers for you. The policy was adopted in 2016. There wasn't really data in 2016, but in 2017, we began to see the impact of this, which 132 market rate units were developed, but unfortunately 0 affordable units were developed. 2018, 407 market rate units have developed, 87 affordable units developed. 2019, 512 market rate units developed, 0 affordable units developed. 2020, 758 market rate units developed, 110 affordable units. And then 2021, 612 market rate units developed, 0 affordable units developed. And so that's over that time span, that equals up to little over 200, roughly 2,300 market rate units developed with less than 200 affordable units developed. And I think our community can attest that we are in the middle of a housing crisis and more importantly, an affordable housing crisis. We see droves of residents having to leave our city, unfortunately, because of the high housing prices that have increased over the last couple of years. And this has been happening for a length of time prior to this fee in lieu of. So the intention around this proposal is to eliminate the fee in lieu because we see the need for the development of affordable units. And we're primarily proposing that, we're not primarily, we are proposing that the fee in lieu of be prohibited with the Midtown campus property because the city owns the property. Because the city owns the property, this gives us the extra flexibility to work with the developer on the either sale price or lease price of the land. And as we work to dispose of this property, the Midtown campus property, we're going to be utilizing an RFP process. It's not going to be your typical, let's put the property on the market and we take offers and we move forward. It's going to be a more strategic RFP process, which allows us to work with developers in regards to their plans on what they ultimately want to achieve with if they were to acquire the property. Through this RFP process, a developer would demonstrate the cost that they would incur to develop these affordable units. Because they would have to demonstrate it through the RFP process, it clearly would show the cost incurred to the developer. What we can do as the city then is take that cost incurred by the developer and lower the price of the land, whether it be sale or lease. And the purpose and intention behind this is to ensure that the affordable units are developed. As I demonstrated with the data I mentioned earlier through that the fees and the housing that hasn't been developed through the fee in lieu of process, it's the trend is that developers will pay the fee and instead of developing the units. And it is my opinion that we much direly more need the units than the fees. As I mentioned, it's roughly about $7,500 per unit. I think that's a great question for the community to ask themselves. Would we rather have an affordable unit for at least 10 years or $7,500? One last piece of data I want to kind of go over is the total amount of fees we've collected since we've begun this program. And it averaged, looking at the numbers, it's $1.67 million. And to put that in a bigger context, when you look at the amount of units that were not developed because we collected that $1.67 million, it's around 300 units. So I asked the community again, would we rather have 300 affordable units in our community or $1.67 million? Those are 300 units that can house 300 families. And so let's put it in context with the Midtown campus property. And what does that look like? Through the current proposal, through the community development plan that we've adopted as a governing body, there are 135 units that we are planning to develop through inclusionary zoning. But what does that mean? That means that ultimately 135 units could be off our books in the sense they not be made available if a developer chooses to pay that fee. The second part of that equation is, well, the counter argument is that, well, then we've made a commitment to a 30% baseline of affordable units. In that instance, in that example I've made, if a developer, if the 135 units that we're planning to be developed by private development doesn't get developed and we collect a fee, then ultimately the city would be responsible for developing those 135 units. And right now we don't have a plan for that. Right now the plan is to have the developers develop these units. So if we get put in that predicament of having the city then having to cover the development of those 135 units, we would then either have to find the land to develop these units on the property or pay for the development of the properties ourselves, which ultimately comes at an additional cost to the taxpayer. So I believe that this proposal, what it does is it allows us to work collaboratively with the developers to ensure that the cost incurred of developing these units is not passed on to them. We as the city actually take the loss on the sale or lease of the land. And we see that as not a loss, but as a benefit to the community, an added benefit that we are ensured that those 135 units are developed as we have planned through the community development plan. One last number I'd want to leave you all with is that, a lot of times we ask ourselves, well, we need the resources, right? These resources that collected by the fee in lieu of go to programming. And I'll let Councilwoman Villarreal speak about it because on the Community Development Commission, that's their job. They speak about that in length. But if the fee was to be paid for all of those 135 units that we're planning to develop, that would be roughly $960,000. So let me ask the community, what would we rather have? 135 units guaranteed to be developed or $965,000? 135 units where families can thrive in this newly developed area of town, or $965,000. It is my opinion that we as a community and we as a city government owe it to our residents that we provide those opportunities to 135 families and not take the $965,000 of fees that could potentially be brought in. With that, I'll hand it off to my colleague.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to add, thank you, Counselor Garcia, for adding and sharing the data. I think the reason why I have supported this from the beginning and co-sponsored is I have been serving as the chair for the Community Development Commission. And over the years, we've seen many requests that are all important requests. Some are secured through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that has a portion of it is funded through the fee in lieu. And then there's another pot of money that actually comes from the from HUD, from CDBG funds. And what we've been noticing through the years is that there have been many requests for rental assistance and vouchers, and we're seeing less units. So when we hear from service providers, the biggest concern they have is that we don't actually have affordable units to provide and support these services that we're actually funding them for. So there's this not disconnect, but we're seeing that gap that we have. And although we know as a commission that it's important to have that when we implemented fee in lieu, that it did serve its purpose. I think from my point of view, there's a threshold that we need to understand or think about, like at what point then do we continue having that option? Or do we actually commit to saying, yes, we have to have developers build those units because that's where the most need is. And the reason why I say that is we all passed the 2023-2028 consolidated plan earlier this month. That's required by the Housing and Urban Development HUD. And that's essentially the purpose of that document is to identify the city's housing and community development needs and our priorities and our goals and strategies. And in that document, it clearly states as some of our priorities, the list of priorities that we have for that document, and it's called Priority Needs and Goals. And in that, it clearly states about ensuring housing stability for all. And it states that the city of Santa Fe will achieve housing stability by increasing affordable housing stock for both rental and home ownership. And it says further down for one of the goals to increase affordable rental housing opportunities through rental units constructed and rental units rehabilitated. The other document we have that we all passed, this was the 2022 City of Santa Fe Annual Action Plan, and that indicated some of the gaps we had. 1 and 2 in particular, there's a gap about 1,900 rental units for extremely low income folks. And it also states that the city and county housing authorities have a combined 732 public housing units and a little over 1,000 HUD housing choices, but the wait list for those vouchers is around 1,100, and it's probably higher now because that was an older document. So given those facts and the fact that we see this for me as a chair for CDC and then the members, we did consider this item at CDC and it was passed unanimously by the CDC members. I think the way they expressed it was really what we've been seeing through the years about the need and that gap we need for affordable units. And so when we have an ability, the city, to have own land and be able to control what kind of incentives that we provide, it is my opinion that we should build those units as often as possible. And that's why I'm supporting this. I think the other thing I will add is that the Old Santa Fe Association did consider this in their board and they passed it unanimously in support of the waiver of the fee in lieu for the Midtown site. So I will stop there. And I guess I just want to appreciate various opinions on the council. I think we all know that affordable units are needed. And this is one attempt by some of us to try to figure out how to meet that mark of where we're needing affordable units in our city and the urgency for it. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lee Garcia, you're also a sponsor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I signed on just recently. I supported this through both committees and through the discussion. It was great discussion. I really appreciate all of that. You know, when we talk about inclusionary zoning and I think a lot of people don't maybe not understand how that all works in regards to for sale housing and rental housing. You know, and some of the major reasons is why I supported this and actually signed on to the resolution is because not everybody wants to be a homeowner. A lot of people do want to rent. And when you hear the amount, the total amount of rental units that are out there and what is being charged for them, you know, not everybody can afford that. And I think that's where this really hits home for me, especially in this area, in this piece of property. And give people the opportunity to have, you know, a dwelling unit where they can call home that they can afford. You know, until we really get that magical number of what makes what's going to make our market in Santa Fe affordable. I don't know what that number is because it's way out there and in a capital society where, you know, people build and they can charge what they can charge. This is where we can kind of at least control it for a small bit of time, be it 10 years. I do want to thank Councilor Michael Garcia and Councilwoman Villarreal working on this and all the statistics that she's provided. And those are the reasons why I signed on. I think it's something that we should do. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I know we're going to have a robust conversation. So I open the floor. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll have a few questions for probably Ms. Ladd and perhaps Mr. Brown also. But I think it's important that we look at the resolution itself. In paragraph 3, it states, whereas in 2016, after almost a decade without any new market rate rental homes built in Santa Fe, governing body piloted pay a fee in lieu by right as an alternative to building a percentage of affordable housing units for market rate rental projects on private land to encourage rental developers to return to the Santa Fe market. I know that, Ms. Ladd, we've had lots of conversations about this, that we went almost 10 years in this city without building any rental units. And it dramatically put us behind in the housing market. Once we initiated this, from the numbers that Councilor Garcia stated, and I didn't know what these numbers were, but I appreciate having them. In that amount of time, we've built almost 2,500 units, and almost 200 of them are affordable units. Where's the tipping point? We don't know, where eventually we have enough units in this marketplace that rents start to go down. Eventually. It's not now, it's not today, But if we do not continue to build units, we will never get there. That's how the market works. Additionally, the number that Councilor Garcia gave was 1.67 million that we've collected off from fee and lieu. And it's really different than that, I think. Could you speak to us a little bit about the multiplier of that amount of money?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, thank you for that question, because that is a really important point. When the city collects an in lieu fee, it is deposited into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, where it is used to support the capital costs of affordable housing production, renovation, or direct financial assistance to individuals. So that might be rental assistance, or it might be down payment assistance. Funds are also used for the repair and rehabilitation of rental units. The requirement that the applicant for those funds must meet in order to be approved to use those funds is that they have to bring $3 of funding from another funding source. So that means for every $1 that is deposited into our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, $3 are raised from external sources.
So we minimally have a multiplier of 3.
Yes, that is correct.
So in the other number that Councilor Garcia talked about was a 960,000, and I was unclear how it is that the city then would have to build those units. I don't understand that. Is that the case?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, I was also a little confused by that statement. I think I also want to clarify that the estimated revenue from those fees is probably based on last year's number, which is unique to each project. So it's really hard to say, to provide an exact number. The in lieu fee will increase by 80% from its original level on July 1 of this year. July 1 of next year, will have doubled. So this fee has gone up 20% every year since it was adopted. I believe there's some confusion also. The inclusionary units that are identified in the community development plan, they're going to be built whether or not fees in lieu are collected. They also will include homeownership homes. We did not determine by tenure necessarily what those homes would be. It's much easier when we're looking at a subsidized model to understand kind of where the possibilities are. But on the inclusionary side, so these are the price restricted units for income qualified folks. We are not determining whether they're home ownership or rental, because the market's going to have to determine that for us, which is why putting a restriction on the market at this point in time, I believe, as all of you know who've read my memo, I think it's premature.
So really the 960,000 is clearly because that's increasing, you said, by 80%.
Mayor, microphone.
That's okay.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, the original fee is determined by a gap. It looks at what's affordable to a renter at 50% of income and what the fair market rent is. So every year we put a multiplier factor on that. So you can't really multiply the 960 by 80%. You'd have to look at the gap per fair market rent minus the affordable rent. That number increases by 80% on July 1.
Okay.
But yes, if you were to do that calculation, it would be a higher number than the number that Councilor Garcia provided, I believe. But I don't know where his math came from, so I can't truly speak to it exactly.
That's fine. So, but with the multiplier, the number's really closer to 4 million.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, I would guess at least.
Okay. 5. my friend doing the cowboy math over here says 5, so I'll go with her. I do want to move on to, I'll try not to take too much time, Mayor, but I think this is important that I just want to read a couple of statements. This is from the staff memo. Ms. Ladd, who is the director of our Office of Affordable Housing, states that based on historic application of the inclusionary zoning regulations, 25 years of history, it's highly likely that creating additional development restrictions or requirements as proposed in this resolution will most likely disincentivize existing and new residential developments from participating in the redevelopment of Midtown. Next is a statement from Santa Fe Housing Action Coalition, HomeWise, New Mexico Interfaith Housing, and Friends of Architecture Santa Fe. In a letter we all received, they state the legislation being proposed to eliminate the rental affordability fee in lieu option at the Midtown redevelopment will not increase affordable housing in Midtown and may in fact imperil the project. These are folks that work in affordable housing all the time. So let's just go ahead and look at a couple other things in the staff report. Under the summary and analysis, first sentence says, if approved, this resolution will not result in an increased number of affordable homes at Midtown for the simple reason that IZ requirements are only productive when market rate development occurs. Ms. Ladd, could you, the next paragraph talks about financing of rental housing. It's different from the development of home ownership homes. Can you talk just a little bit, give us just a little bit of information about the financing of rental units?
Weber, Councilor Lindell, the financial reality of developing rental housing is that you have to know for sure that the revenue generated by your project is going to be enough to pay your debt service, to pay all your operations and maintenance, to pay your reserves, to pay your property taxes, all of those costs that come with owning a property. And when there are restrictions on how much revenue you can generate, which is what is implied by a rent restriction, of course, oftentimes you cannot demonstrate to your bank, in most cases, that you're going to generate enough revenue to pay them back, because they want to know that there's a profit so that their loan's going to get paid back. So it's a little bit different because you're financing the project based on your demonstrated revenue, future revenues. On the home ownership side, the loss happens once. A restricted price happens at the point of sale, and then the developer is able to plan for that, write it off, get other tax credits, fee waivers, other incentives. But it's much easier to absorb one loss rather than a loss every single month.
A very important point. Thank you for making that. Additionally, it is increased cost for the management of those units and determining who qualifies for different levels of affordable housing. Management companies typically have to contract that out. Is that correct?
Mayor Weber, Counselor Lindell, there is an entire industry built around subsidized housing and being able to fulfill all of the compliance requirements, income certifications, all of the reporting, as well as increasingly helping tenants with social services needs that they may not have resources with which to address. And so it's very important to have the people running the property understand what those needs are.
Thank you, Ms. Ladd, for being so clear and concise on all of this. It's really, I really don't understand the long-term benefit of this, because everyone that works in affordable housing full-time says that this will not increase affordable housing. And the statement by the group that I shared saying that it may in fact imperil the project. We don't need to kick this project any further down the road than we already have. It's been a long time, and the quicker that we move along with this, the quicker people get housing. I think it's astounding that once we implemented the fee in lieu, that we added 2,500 units to this housing market. So I'll stop there, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if Director Ladd or Director Brown, but we have many properties throughout the city, correct? Some that could be built on as well.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, the city owns a lot of property. A lot of the undeveloped property in the city is undevelopable, and it's not developed for lots of good reasons, or it's needed for easement or buffering or another city use. We also have property that's part of our public parks that's undeveloped. And then we have the Northwest Quadrant.
Okay. So prohibiting the use of the fee in lieu of is not, it's not going to cover all those properties, right? We're talking specifically about Midtown.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I believe that is the intention of the sponsors.
So private builders or people that are building on property that they own will still have the ability throughout the city to take advantage of the fee in lieu of. It's not being taken away from them, correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, it is not.
So some of the questioning by Councilor Lindell confused me because it sounded like this was taking it away from everybody, that we were doing away with it completely. So thank you for clarifying that. So maybe just a question for the sponsors, but why not consider it more for everyone instead of just Midtown? I don't know if there was any thought into that.
Councilor Garcia or Councilwoman Villarreal?
Thank you, Counselor, for that question. And as I mentioned, and maybe I'd further clarify earlier, because the city owns the property, we have the ability to address the price of the land. I completely understand that in a private situation where developing an affordable unit is costly and it does impact bottom line numbers, and it could make a project successful or undoable in a private situation. But this is a completely different situation. I'll call that the apples situation. We're talking about oranges right now, because what we can do is we can lower the price of the land. And as I've mentioned earlier, we can ultimately offset any development costs of an affordable unit with the developer as long as they can justify it through the RFP process. That way we're not violating any anti-donation laws. So we can't do that with private development. And we've seen that this fee in lieu has helped with market rate development and for rentals, but it hasn't helped for market rate rent or rentals for affordable units. And that's what this is proposing, is to work in collaboratively with the developers to develop this, because the developers I've spoken with, whether it is affordable housing developers that are professionals outside of those folks that Councilor Lindell spoke of, or market rate folks, they've said this is doable. This is absolutely doable. And the thing that's prohibiting those folks from coming forward and standing on that ground and say this is doable is that we ultimately need to have a price of the property. They need to, those folks need to fully understand that these projects can pencil out, so to speak, that once we know the price of the land, they can then determine what could be developed, how much it's going to cost to develop the units, and could it be done. From the initial conversations and how we can lower the price of the land, nobody that I've spoken to outside of those group of folks that Councilor Lindell spoke to said it can be done. And furthermore, there are local developers who have said not only could this be done, but they would be excited to participate in such an opportunity because it allows them to give back to the community. It allows them to develop the market rate rentals, and it allows them to develop the affordable rate rentals that are much needed. And at the end of the day, it allows them to make the money that their business is set out to do. So I think that's the concern here, is that because we haven't set the price of the land, it doesn't allow experts to fully stand behind this. But initially, it can be done. It can be done. And I think that's the difference between private versus public property. Public property, we can give the land away for free, Counselor. Somebody comes forward, and as long as they can justify building the property, building those units, cost, let's, for example, say it's $1 million piece of property. And a developer says in their plan that they submit through the RFP, it's going to cost me $1 million to develop these affordable units. We can say, okay, you can have the land as long as we get those units. That's not likely going to be the case because of the 15% requirement. It's more than likely dependent on what's proposed. 100 units, 15 of those units got to be affordable, right? So it's that giving it away for as a donation is extreme. It's more than likely we can see the costs be adjusted dramatically, in the sense as long as they can justify the cost of the development. So that, I think it's critical. We've got to understand this is public. What folks have been speaking to is private development. This is public. Nothing has ever been done like this ever. So any data, stats has all been private development. There's no data that says this will not work for a public entity. None whatsoever. And so, and anything that says, I've asked for such data, none has been provided because none has been done. This is an opportunity for us to be innovative. It's an opportunity for us to be leaders. And it's a way for us to show not only regionally, but nationally, this is how we can utilize city property to ensure that affordable units are developed in conjunction with a major redevelopment project. It can be done. It can be done. We need to get our mind out of the mentality of it can't be done, and it can be done. And how do we get there? We need to be thinking proactive in that sense versus the glass is not half empty, it's half full. We're almost there. We've got the opportunity. This is our opportunity to show that we really care about affordable housing unit development. And we're willing to work collaboratively with the developers to ensure that they don't see a loss in their profits. And at the end of the day, the community gets the units. And one last thing, I do want to confirm, nobody has ever, Councilwoman Villarreal or myself has never once stated this is going to increase development or make more units developed. What we're saying is this is going to ensure the plan meets its mark. We've never said it's going to increase development whatsoever. So I want to kind of nip that in the bud. We've never said that before.
Right, and if, I've heard some discussion that this may not work. How hard would it be to repeal this resolution and start a new process? Would it take years?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I feel like any predictions we've ever made about how long it takes to do something at Midtown have not been, yes, we don't have a great track record for predicting timeliness. The fear is that by the time we decide it's not working, we've already shut down the development community's interest in the property. I think Councilor Garcia made a really good point, which is that the value of land is our leverage in this project. But it's only partial leverage because it only covers, it's much more valuable in terms of home ownership housing because of that issue of it's a one-time loss. On rental housing, it can only offset part of that loss of revenue. And it would be very hard for a developer to pencil out their project without knowing what their development's going to yield and what the developability of the site is, but without as many flexible tools in our tool belt, because the in lieu fee can also be leveraged for us. So we can tell a developer, and we can control all of this through the RFP process per parcel. But with that in lieu fee, we can allow a developer to pay an in lieu fee or even a partial in lieu fee in return for them providing a community benefit through their project that would not otherwise be provided. Because that's another point to the community development plan, is looking at Midtown through a holistic lens. It's not just housing, it's not just commercial, not just film, it's not just bikeways and pathways and public spaces, it's all of it. And so we want to make sure that through every land disposition, we're capitalizing on that and making sure that we're achieving the community public benefits that we want from the project.
Again, this resolution can be repealed if we find out it's not working.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I assume so, unless Madam City Attorney tells me that there's a reason why it couldn't be repealed.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think a new resolution could repeal an old resolution.
Thank you. And, just credit to the sponsors for at least trying something new, trying something different. I think we've been doing that for other things and, don't have a problem with at least giving it a shot.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that what I want to go back to is just the Midtown plans. When I came in to this seat last year, I think there was this beautiful thing happening where we were engaged with the community and allowing them to envision something that would truly serve a need. And affordable housing is part of that need. I hear a lot about housing stability, but there is no housing stability without housing promoting sustainability. And you have to have resources part of this plan in order to have that sustainability. I know that the fee in lieu offers leverage so that we could put things in place in Midtown that will promote housing sustainability, connecting people with resources, connecting people to people. I feel like when we talk about affordable housing, it's such a large issue in Santa Fe that it kind of can blind us from the other needs that we're faced with as a community. It also blinds us of the fact that the needs we have continue to be the needs we have year after year after year, because we often try to fix things without thinking about what the root cause of the issues are in our community. I have my own opinions about root cause of why we have housing issues. I always connect it to trauma. I always connect it to lack of resources or a lack of alignment of resources. The Midtown planning allowed us to bring the community together to align to align what we need so that Midtown is not a Band-Aid, which we often function in meeting needs in our community as a Band-Aid. We want to build something that is stable, sustainable, and strong. And so I wanted to see, Director Ladd, if you can touch on how both of the plans that we've developed for Midtown, we have affordable housing, but we do have the fee in lieu to offer opportunity to connect to the community as we've committed in these plans. And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain that.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Chavez, I'm so glad you brought the plans up because I think like this is something new. These plans are innovative. These plans are looking at redevelopment and development through a completely different lens that we don't use. It's not a usually see or use. It's not a market-based lens. It's a community-based lens. And it's looking at community benefit as a return on investment. It's not just dollar signs. It's actual, can we make people's lives better through this development? And I think that's really, really important. And this council's already made that commitment and approved that amazing plan. So, you know, I think everyone up there should feel really good about that because we are trying something new. We are going to be changing the world one little project at a time. But the other piece to it that I think it's sort of hard at this stage to envision, but we are going to operationalize those values through the disposition of the land. So whether we are setting up a community land trust and doing a long-term land lease, whether we're selling land at market values, whether we're donating land, it all has to be reflected in the community benefit that comes back. And within each disposition, we can set the terms we want individually to meet that unique parcel. So I think probably the development community, what they're getting at is every project's different. Every project has unique challenges and unique costs, and every project can either fail or succeed based on some pretty unique factors. And so having the option of the in lieu fee provides some flexibility and some predictability for some of the developers who might sort of be dipping their toes in the water to see if they want to develop at Midtown. But the other thing is through the RFP, we can pick any number of parcels and say, nope, no fee in lieu on this one. And that's really powerful. That gives us a lot of flexibility. It really allows us to implement strategy and start getting to those root causes that you were talking about, and not just band-aiding like, well, here's another housing unit. It's much more powerful than that.
Thank you so much. I feel like, you know, it's our responsibility to kind of honor these plans because of how they were created. I think that there's commitment within these plans for affordability and housing, you know, the floor being 30%, correct? But there's so much more to the housing component. And you know, we've committed to this, and we've committed to it because the community created it. You know, I don't think that we can argue that these plans are insufficient in any way when it really represents our community voice, community data. You know, so I respect the plans as they are. I feel like as a city official sitting up here, I don't have the right to alter a plan that has been communicated the way it has been by our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. We talked about this a bunch at, I think it was Public Works, Public Utilities. Seems like a long time ago. So I'll try not to go back over everything we talked about there, but we do tonight have, I think, more people perhaps watching, listening, and this is an opportunity to help people understand what we're trying to do at Midtown and the tools we have. And I think we are all concerned about meeting the goal that we set out as a floor, the 30% affordable housing. I think, again, we see that as a floor, not a ceiling, and we've said that many times. I've said many times that Midtown presents our best and biggest opportunity to increase our stock of affordable housing. But I'm concerned that taking a tool
away may hamper those efforts. And we've heard a couple of times about the advantages of owning the land, and that somehow that's why we don't need this particular tool, this fee in lieu of tool. And you've kind of touched on this a couple times, but I want to ask it more directly. What's the advantage of owning the land, and why do we want this tool?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, the advantage to owning the land is that we get to choose the proposed developer who's going to do the best project for us. It means that we have leverage over what kind of project gets built. It means that we can offset some of the costs. You know, land is only part of the cost of development. It's an important part. It's an upfront cost, but it's only part of the picture. But it enables us to be more flexible. And in the cases where we have donated land, Seiler Yard is the most recent example. That project would not have been built without that land donation because it filled a gap, a funding gap. So that's kind of where it's strategic. You know, we want to make sure we're discounting or offsetting the cost of land in a manner that is strategic so that we're actually making projects happen or making them better. I think the in lieu fee, again, helps us to keep our options open, and we may never exercise it. Maybe once we start parcelizing land and we have developers lined up, very excited. Councilor Garcia talked about a lot of developers who want to develop there. I'd love to get those contacts because that'll be great. We'll need to know who those folks are in the next few months. But that's great. We can then at that point in time say, hey, the market is really excited about being here. So that gives us more control and more leverage. But I think it's a scary sound for a developer to feel like any kind of flexibility, because it is a risky project for them, would be taken off the table up front.
Yeah, and I think there's a perception that perhaps the developers are getting away with something, right? They rather than build the unit, they're just going to pay, and that's somehow bad. So again, the tool of fee in lieu of allows us, I think you said leverage, to perhaps bargain for different things, correct? That we may want from whatever it is we're trying, whatever our objective is on a particular parcel.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, yes. And I think what's also important is that we can create that benefit within the project. So if we do collect an in lieu fee from one developer in turn for a community benefit, that's important to us. We could then have that investment to make a different parcel at the site even more affordable or even better than it's proposed to be, because we have that flexibility, but also the resources now to close gaps and to make projects happen and make them great.
Yeah, and there's been some comments made that because we own the land, we could essentially give it away. We do have some economic constraints, correct? There are some, still has to pencil out, and it has to pencil, just because we're government doesn't mean we write blank checks. We have constraints about what we can do economically, and developers have constraints about what they can do economically. And there is kind of an economic overlay to Midtown as a whole and to the individual projects. I mean, they're going to have to work economically.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, that's exactly right, because to Councilor Chavez's point, we want this to be a sustainable project. We don't want it to be sort of hanging on by a thread, and every year we have to infuse more public money to keep it running. So we want to make sure we're supporting successful business models, whether it's for-profit or nonprofit, and hopefully it's more nonprofit and more community-based than not. I think the other point you raise is that the city owes money. We have debt on this property.
Yeah, good
So
point.
we
Thank
can't
you.
just give the whole thing away ever. But we also have a law in the state constitution, the anti-donation clause, which prohibits any public entity from giving public resources for the benefit of a private entity, unless there is a corresponding public benefit, which is provided through the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act as an exemption to the anti-donation clause, but it has to be proportional. So a developer providing 15% affordable housing is not going to get a full donation. You know, it has to be proportional to the amount of housing that's provided. On Siler Yard, that project was 100% affordable. So that was 100% of a donation. So it kind of has to work. There has to be a correlation there.
Right. So, yeah, I just don't want people thinking just because we're government, we don't have to think about the economics of this and that we are unlimited in some way. We are actually very constrained in many ways. I guess also because, you know, we have an opportunity to help people understand fee in lieu of. Can you talk a little bit about where, when a developer pays a fee, that money goes into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? I know we've been through this, but again, I think, you know, sometimes it's repetition before, and it may be people who are hearing this for the first time. What do we use that money for? And we talked about a multiplier effect of about 3 times, but what kinds of things do we get as a city? How do we benefit from this fee?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Romero Worth, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the uses are also dictated by the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act. So they are set by the state. I'll start off by talking about what we can't pay for, which is administrative costs, salaries, operational costs for an organization. The funding is specific to the capital costs of affordable housing development, rehabilitation, or other costs associated with providing the housing, including direct financial benefit to income eligible individuals. So through a partner agency such as HomeWise or the Housing Trust, home buyers can get down payment assistance that's funded through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, through LifeLink or St. Elizabeth's or YouthWorks or any of our other providers working with renters. They can get rental assistance to help them pay their rents, which when somebody is getting rental assistance to pay a rent, that unit is now an affordable unit, even though it hasn't been created, hasn't been changed in any way. It's just the person living there can afford the rent.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think Councilwoman Villarreal was correct. And I think we all acknowledge, and we all are aware, that we don't have enough units, that we do have people who have housing assistance and can't find a place to use them. But it's not clear to me that this is going to solve that problem or even help that problem. In fact, I think if it hampers our ability to develop Midtown the way we would like to see it in the community development plan, again, and I think Councilor Lindell quoted a bunch of knowledgeable people in this business who suggest that it could actually hurt us and not help bring us the units that we desire there. Again, the 30% as a floor. I don't know if you have anything to say about that. But.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Romero Worth, I think that's a good point because that's the big limitation to inclusionary zoning. The market rate development has to be feasible in order to trigger the inclusionary zoning requirement. And it doesn't matter what the percentage is, any percent of 0 is 0. And so that's what we saw for 10 years. We weren't getting any inclusionary, we weren't getting any market rate. So we weren't having any of the trigger for inclusionary. And I will say we had several tax credit projects built within that 10 years. So we were providing housing in our community. And we have been, our most recent housing needs assessment shows we've been quite successful in maintaining that affordability over time. We haven't lost inventory to the extent that a lot of communities lose it once the subsidy expires, the subsidy requirement.
Yeah.
expires.
Yeah, so I think, on the dais, we share a variety of things we're trying to accomplish. We want more affordable units. We want to make sure we have affordability at Midtown. We want Midtown to be a success. I just don't know why we would take away a tool, and particularly at this early stage, that might help us reach some of those common goals that we all share up here. So I thank you for your presence at all of these hearings and for your knowledge, your background, your years of experience, and really helping not only us up here, but I think the community as a whole understand a very complicated area of policy, and helping us think through how we can reach the goals I think we all share and we all realize this community needs. So thank you again for being here. That's all I have, Mayor.
I think Councilor Cassidy wants to speak. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mayor Weber. And thank you, Director Ladd, for being here, and Director Brown for being here as well. And so I have a couple questions following up on a lot of the conversation here. Let's go back to what the taxpayers pay for. And I think it's important that any city money is taxpayer money. So it's not like the city has a pot of money that is not somehow paid for by taxpayers, whether it is grants from the state or federal government. This is how governments run. So back to the fact that we do own the land. We owe a debt service on the land. Can you remind me what that is right now?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy, I think we're just a little under 30 million. There's one more thing I want to add, that we will probably have to add more millions in subsidy for our infrastructure. So it's not just the debt we have right now, it's the debt we're going to have to incur, create the infrastructure before we actually put shovels in the ground.
That was actually my next question, is how much we believe infrastructure is going to cost. Do we have an estimate of that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy, I could give you an estimate, but it may not be the right number. When we were originally in discussions with a previous master developer partner, it was coming in around $30 million.
Okay. And how are we planning on paying for this? I know some of it is land sales. So that is one of those trade-offs that we look at, is that if we lower the price of land, that does also, there is something else that we're going to have to be paying for. And this is, again, that balance that we're really going to have to look at. And as I've said many times, when we talk about our ROI, it cannot just be in dollars. Our ROI also has to be in community benefit. But at the same time, as Councilor Merriworth was saying, we do have to pencil this out, and it does have to be something that we can afford, or else we may wind up with the development that we are not able to provide the infrastructure to actually develop any units. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy, that's right, which is why we are relying on the private sector to want to invest here, because we want them to pay for some of this stuff.
Right. Exactly. Thank you. Now, in terms of, Alexandra, you and I have had this conversation a couple times about business models and who really does this well. And that market rate developers don't necessarily do affordable housing as well as individuals who are really in this field. Can you talk to me a little bit more about that, or talk to us a little bit more about, why there is this really big difference between when we have market rate developers and that's what they do, that's their business model. We've talked a little bit about penciling it out and them having to take a loss, but there's also something with the funding sources for nonprofits that are not going to necessarily be looking at the same thing as our private developers that are going to be looking at banks and them having to fund this. Can you provide a little bit more information there?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassidy, that's right. The affordable housing industry is an industry, and those developers, especially the nonprofit ones, have access to resources that a for-market developer does not have. The other, and probably more important in terms of this conversation, point is that a market rate developer is going to have very good property management services, but those property managers are not going to be trained in any kind of trauma-informed care. They're not going to know the social services network the way a subsidized affordable project manager is going to know, because the social services need to be entwined with the housing. We've over and over, research has demonstrated that that's the only way that people succeed who are at risk of housing instability and have other social services challenges going on, is that when they can get their housing with their support services.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's a really big piece of what we've seen in the public health world around affordable housing, and really needing to make sure that there are those wraparound services, that there is that assistance with accessing other things that individuals may qualify for, such as assistance with food and healthcare. So thank you for pointing that out. The other question I have about this piece is, in the affordable housing industry, I imagine that the lifetime of how long the affordable unit stays affordable is longer than what we would see with a market rate developer that is building units in inclusionary zoning. Am I understanding that correctly as well?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, that's correct. I think pretty much these days, the minimum affordability term is 30 years, and it's closer. I think Siler Yard is 40 or 45, which is not true. Early affordable housing, it was only 15 years, but now it's much more competitive, and the term is much longer.
And for our inclusionary zoning, remind me, it's 10 years, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So versus somebody who is going to be using those subsidies, potentially money from our affordable housing trust fund, we are looking at a unit that's going to be affordable for 30 years.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I believe in the plan we identified 30 years as a minimum affordability term. Not totally remember.
And that's specific for anybody building affordable units on Midtown, or specifically for affordable housing developers?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, anyone building affordable units?
Right. So if a market rate developer is coming in with inclusionary zoning and they're building affordable units, are we saying that has to be affordable for 30 years on Midtown? Or are we specifically talking to people who are utilizing our subsidies?
We are talking specifically about the providers who would be getting discounted land or donated land, so that in turn for that discount or that donation, they would be agreeing to this affordability term, which chances are they'd be getting subsidy from another provider anyway, and they would already have to agree to that.
Okay. So even if a market rate developer comes in with a proposal, we discount land, we are going to say 30 years.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I'm not sure how that intersection would work, because we have inclusionary zoning rules that dedicate the affordability term as 10 years. So I'm not sure. We would have to work that out. That's not as clear cut as an affordable housing developer, where we're tying that subsidy to the amount of affordability.
Okay. Something for us to look at. So the other question I had, going back to the use of vouchers, and as Councilwoman Villarreal pointed out, this is something that I think we're all aware of, is that people will receive vouchers. There isn't a place to use them. But you had also said that once somebody receives a voucher, all of a sudden a market rate unit becomes affordable because the voucher helps bring it down to that affordable level for them. So is the problem with there not being places for people to use vouchers, does that have to do with a lack of affordable units, a lack of units, or a lack of units accepting vouchers, or all of the above?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, it's probably an all of the above answer. It gets a little complicated because when the market increases, like ours has, a landlord who in the past may have been willing to take a subsidized tenant because, rent's rent and they're getting paid what they would be getting paid in the market. Suddenly they realize, wow, I could make a lot more money if I upgraded my unit and put it out in the market today. So I think some of those market shifts have happened. We also have some some landlords whose homes maybe don't meet standards to use a voucher. We know we've had assisted renters who can't use a voucher because the home won't pass the housing quality standards. Because we do have a lot of older homes in this community, and we have landlords who, we have rich landlords, but we have landlords who don't have the funds to upgrade their homes. So there's a little bit of that going on. I think it's always easier if you were to suddenly, if you were having problems paying your rent, you were able to get some rental assistance, you're already a tenant. That landlord would be kind of crazy to say, no, I'm not going to take the same rent that I just took from you last month because it's also coming from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Like, there's no motive for them to do that. So I think somebody who's in a unit, keeping them in a unit is low hanging fruit compared to somebody who's out in the market trying to find a unit that will take a voucher. And part of that problem also is just the market values are higher than what's allowed for a subsidy rental voucher to pay, because the idea is you're not subsidizing luxury housing. So HUD sets a limit on what the market rent can be. And so when we've had all of this acceleration in our market, that's also limited where vouchers can be used. And then there's other landlords who are just unwilling. They don't want a voucher tenant. And that's where we have some education to do. And we probably have some policy we could put in place to help with that.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate you walking through the complexity of affordable housing. I have a saying for myself that I always try to live by, which is if you think there's a simple solution, you don't understand the problem. So every time I'm looking at something and I'm like, well, why don't we just do this? I always realize that there's probably a lot of complexity that needs to be worked through, and it doesn't necessarily mean you can't get to the goal, but that there's usually not a simple fix. And I think that no other issue in our city is that as demonstrated as with affordable housing. So I really appreciate you talking about all of this nuance and how Midtown really plays into that. And I've said this, and I will say this every single time we talk about it. Midtown cannot be seen as the sole solution to all of our problems. It needs to be part of the solution to, I think, probably 95% of our problems in the city. But I do worry about putting all our eggs in the Midtown basket. And so I really understanding how Midtown plays with the larger market is really, really important. I had some other questions. I apologize. One moment. We already talked about, we'll be doing the RFPs. And so if there's a developer who wants to put units on the ground, even if we are allowing a fee in lieu on that parcel, there is nothing stopping them from proposing and saying, I really want to do affordable units. Can you help me get there? Correct?
Mayor Robert, Councilor Cassett, that's correct.
I remember what I was going to talk about. So the other issue that we are running into in the city, and you talked about this a bit with the market and how, what the market will sustain in Santa Fe. And this is one of those challenging things that we don't have control over, which is really hard. We do not have control over the fact that this is a very popular city that a lot of people move to, and that we do not have as many units to support the number of people that want to move in, that a lot of people buy second or third homes, that a lot of people buy investment properties. And so one of the challenges that we are seeing is that housing is not just unaffordable to people who qualify in the official definition of affordable. Can you remind me? There's 60, 80, and 120% of area median income. Are those our levels?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Cassett, that's about right. So tax credit eligibility is usually 60% of area median income. HUD eligibility for federal grant funds and public housing is 80%. And then under the Affordable Housing Act, it's 120% of area median income.
But there are many people that are above that area median income that still cannot afford to live in the city. And one of the pieces that we've talked about is that affordable housing in some way, shape, or form is subsidized, whether we are subsidizing it through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, whether it's subsidized by the cost of the land. But a lot of times when you do have those units on the ground, one of the ways that it's being subsidized is that the market rate houses or the market rate units are going to have to pay for the loss of the affordable units. And so one of the things that I've really been concerned about, and again, that I hope Midtown can be part of this solution, is how we make sure that we have units that are affordable in general, not just deeply affordable based on the specific definition, but affordable to individuals who do not qualify under any of these subsidies. And so one thing I've really been interested in is if we are able to work with developers to set prices that will be within that middle income. And so I worry that if we're really trying to focus on that, but we're also saying you have to do affordable units as well, that again, it's not really going to pencil out. So what it is taking a tool out of our toolbox when we look at the wide spectrum of needs that we have with housing, that if we really take this tool away from us, that we are not able to also focus on that population, which really is being squeezed out of Santa Fe. I mean, this is another area where people, can't get assistance and they can't afford the city. Am I understanding this issue correctly and some of the potential that we have there as well?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, I would agree with that. I think an old term used to be naturally occurring affordable housing, which was a market rate housing product that was priced in a moderate range. Our first inclusionary zoning program used to reward that. If a developer came in and said, I got a super cheap deal on this land and I can build housing for cheap, the city would give them incentives. They would get density bonuses. They would get permit fee waivers, et cetera, because the product that they were proposing in the market was a more affordably priced product, a more moderately priced product. And they didn't have to income qualify people. Like they were just going to provide the market something that was moderately priced. It's tough right now because there have been so many influences on the market that none of us have any control over. And right now interest rates are crazy and material costs have gone up by, any builder could tell you 40% over the last 3 years or whatever it is. So there's a lot of pressure to maximize value because builders and developers, it's really expensive and they're taking a big risk going into a project, not really knowing if they're going to get paid back until the end of the project. So yeah, I would, and I think some of that comes through zoning. If you say a fourplex is a possibility in a lower density zoned area, that's more affordable in the market. So it doesn't have to be subsidized to be more affordable.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And I think that's also really important. And I know it has been discussed is that the cost of housing is not just related to land or competition, but also the other aspects that go into developing and how expensive those have become. And again, those are things that are out of our control. And again, I really think that the problem that I see with this resolution is that one, we are not required to accept fee in lieu everywhere. We can very well say, we need to meet our goals. This is what we're going to do. But we take that tool out of our toolbox. And there are, as we have discussed, a number of other things that we would like to see on Midtown. And so making sure that we are balancing all of those needs is going to be really important. And there might be times that the city wants the fee in lieu to be able to achieve those goals. And that does not mean that there will be less affordable housing. What it simply means is that we will not have the dollars to leverage to, get the health clinic that we want or to support another affordable housing project that is going to be subsidized, that will have hopefully that longer term, and that does a better job of providing those wraparound services that are really going to be important. Another thing that's been discussed throughout this conversation is the concern around segregating affordable housing. So can you talk to me a little bit about how we can prevent that on the Midtown site? It is a comprehensive site. So I would be interested in hearing how that is something that we can work on. And again, I know that there really is this importance of those wraparound services. So the building itself might be specific for affordable housing, but I'd like to talk about the integration into the project to make sure that it's not something that seems different, that seems set aside, that seems less than. So can you talk to me about how the community development plan and how that has been contemplated by the leaders of this project?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, that's a great question. Right now, we haven't even parcelized the property yet. So we don't know what the unique characteristics of any of the future parcels are going to be. And that's going to help us kind of determine what the development plan, which parcels can have the most success with which kind of development or which kind of housing. So I think generally in inclusionary zoning, the way the program works now, and this includes the nonprofit developments as well, we require that the affordable homes are provided proportionately to the market rates and that they can't be clustered in one part of subdivision. They have to look like any of the market rates from the street. They have to have the same street sort of curb appeal, if you will. And so I imagine on a grander scale, that's how we would look at the entire property in terms of when we decide, when we understand better the infrastructure needs and the unique conditions of each parcel, then we could be, then we'll have a chance to kind of move things around and figure out, well, this makes sense proportionately that this area is more affordable, this area is more inclusionary, this area might have market rate, and then we'll sort of be looking at it through a big picture lens once we kind of understand what the individual parcels look like.
And again, we can say we are not accepting fee in lieu on this parcel. We would like to see inclusionary zoning on this parcel, correct?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, that's correct.
I think most things have been discussed. Again, I think that who this really hurts is us. It really hurts the city, and I think it really hurts our ability to have every tool in our toolbox to achieve the vision. We may not need this one. As you said, Director Ladd, there might be enough excitement from the development community to build on Midtown that we're not going to need this, that it is competitive enough. I do think that it is important that we use this strategically, that we really think about how a fee in lieu would actually be leveraged to meet either our housing goals or our other goals that we have in the community development plan. So we do have to be thoughtful because, again, we own the land. So that really is wonderful that we have the opportunity to adjust to the market, to be looking at what the RFPs are coming in and understanding what is being met and what is not, and adjusting as needed. And I think that our ability to be nimble is important. And to Councilor Rivera's point that this could be, repealed if we needed it to, that does create time. And I do believe that the county recently put out their affordable housing plan. And one of the stats in there that just really caught my eye was how much time costs a development. And again, the more a development costs, the higher the price is going to be for those people that are eventually living in there. So anything we can do to reduce that cost. And I believe that was for every 6 months of delay, it's about a 5% increase in development. And that's a need for us to really have the ability to shift at our fingertips. We have set our desires, our requirements within the community development plan. We have given the direction to staff of what we want to see from developers. And I believe that is something that staff can do, and that I really do trust the expertise, you, Director Ladd, of you, Director Brown, of how we really do meet a variety of those needs and what we need to do to get there. We have set that policy. It is written down. You can see the documents. Sounds like there might be a couple of things we want to look at that I'll be interested to talk about. But I do think that if anything else, this makes our goals possibly further out of our reach, and it in no way hinders our ability to reach those goals. And so I see this as really a way that could derail Midtown. And as somebody who represents Midtown, that I really do not want to see. And again, it sounds like it makes sense. It really does. It's one of those things that, well, they're paying a fee in lieu, so obviously that's why we're not getting affordable units. But you start to dive into the nuance of affordable housing, and there is so much more complexity there. I think when it comes to affordable housing in general, we have maybe spent too much time looking at solely the fee in lieu, and that it is also important that we start to look at the issues of affordable housing as a whole and what other levers we have to pull, because I do not believe that we as a city are pulling all of the levers that we can to increase access to housing in our community. And so that in general is something that will be crucial to look at both at Midtown as well as citywide. So I will stop there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
You, Councilor. I think Councilwoman Villarreal had some clarifying question.
Thank you, Mayor. It was just some clarifying
Points.
comments that were made just to clarify. Councilor Chavez talked about how this proposal, she framed it like this proposal is countering what the Midtown Community Development Plan stated. And I actually think it's in response to what the Community Development Plan for Midtown stated. And we do value what people said from the different community engagement pieces. And one of the intentions for this plan said to ensure the long-term affordability of affordable housing units for low and moderate income families and individuals. And there's a bunch of other intentions related to affordable housing. So this is not countering that, it's actually supporting and in response to it. And I would like to say the reason why we actually have 30% minimal or minimum affordable, the floor, I guess, is because we fought for that. There was, at the beginning of this process, it was only 20%. Some of us said, no, it needs to be more. So that went up to 30%, which I appreciate. Nobody wanted to talk about community land trusts as an option. That made it into the plan. The housing vouchers to prevent discrimination on there, that was important to me. That made into the plan. There was the 30-year affordability that actually applies, it says in the plan, to both inclusionary and nonprofit development. So it applies to all developments, it says in the plan. So I'm just wanting to reiterate all of those components made it into the plan because some of us felt like we needed it to be strengthened and the community was supporting that effort as well. So I think this is just another attempt to try to make things more affordable and to make sure that, and to ensure that we actually have affordable units built on the Midtown campus. The other thing I'll say is that we know that there's an economic viability to this. We're not saying just like give everything free to make things work. We know that there's things that have to balance out. We do have those tools though. There's waivers. I think we've even listed some of them as what we use now, but let me see. I just want to reiterate, it's not just about donating free discounted infrastructure. We have other incentives to be able to support affordable housing as well. We can include fee waivers, flexibility with code requirements, streamlining development review. So there's a lot of different tools. We're not just saying this is the only one, but there's multiple ways that we can make this project pencil out for developers. And the other piece that we haven't even talked about is the state affordable housing funds that are available to us to apply. We've actually even received money from the legislature to support the Midtown development. So I think that piece, it takes more work, but it's important. These are tools that we have. And I don't know what that fund was, the amount for the affordable housing fund. What was that amount? We have Representative Tara Lujan in the House, and I'm just curious what that amount was that you all approved through the legislature. Do you remember?
We're not doing question and answer with.
I just want to know the amount.
know,
If you
but
could
we're
tell
not
me, I
doing-
can repeat it.
Counselor, come on.
No, I just want the amount.
We don't do Q&A with the.
Can you just tell me the amount and I'll repeat it?
I don't care. See, this is why we don't do Q&A.
Right. I just wanted to know the
I
amount.
know, but we don't do Q&A with.
I wanted to say it was like 5 million, but okay. So 5 million for the state affordable housing funds. These are like ways that we can make things subsidize projects so that they actually can work. So the fee in lieu waiver that we're talking about is I just think it's a way that we can try some other aspects to be able to get affordability on the Midtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Garcia, and then I get a chance. No, you go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple, I guess, clarifying points as well. I guess quick question in regards to fee in lieu, because Director Ladd mentioned that we can eliminate fee in lieu later on down the line. Would that require a resolution, or does staff have the ability to waive fee in lieu if they wanted without the council's approval?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we would be outlining the terms of disposition in the RFPs. So that's where qualifications for what's prioritized and whether a project that is going to provide exceed the requirements gets priority, that's where the evaluation criteria would be outlined.
Okay, so staff, I mean, the council doesn't approve RFPs, and given that fee in lieu is current city policy, does staff have the ability to waive current city policy?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, if you're talking specifically to the disposition of a parcel of land, we can set the criteria as long as they're in conformance with a community development plan. Like, we can't create a new set of community values, of course. We can set the criteria according to what we think best meets the vision of the community development plan and the successful redevelopment of the property.
So with that being said, elimination of the fee in lieu would be in alignment with the community development plan.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, we would set a prioritization or a preference. We wouldn't eliminate it. So a developer who comes in and says, I'm going to pay the fee in lieu, but then a developer who comes in and says, I'm going to do 25% affordable. The developer that's going to do the affordable gets prioritized and gets chosen.
Okay, understandable. It was mentioned earlier around fees being collected through fee in lieu. I do want to clarify that through the overlay ordinance, any fees collected through fee in lieu have to be directly reinvested in the overlay. So for those that aren't aware of what that map looks like, that overlay map is basically up and down St. Michael's Drive, not including any housing units, and then incorporates the Midtown campus, which would be the only place that's available for housing. So I want to make sure the public is well aware of that. We couldn't take any fees and utilize it for, let's say, the south side or anywhere else. It has to stay within the district. So I want the public to be well aware of that. In addition, I know that we were talking about, we have to make sure that, we cover our costs because we owe, I think, what is it, about $20 million on the property. And as we work to develop this property, we want to ensure that it's not becoming more in the red. But again, through a previously approved ordinance, any sale of land, half of the money goes into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So we couldn't immediately say we sell this piece of land at $1 million price tag and it goes back into the coffers. Half of it goes into Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Half of it goes back into, is it Economic Development, Director Brown? So I think we've got to take that into consideration as we begin to develop this property. It's a very complicated process. And because we haven't developed the units, we might have fees that we can't invest into any housing, so to speak. So I think that's where it's critical that these units get developed. We've got, looking at the plan here, we're planning on building 1,100 units. And through those 1,100 units, 195 of them will be developed through the city. And so those 195 units are 100% affordable. We're proposing 45 townhouses at rental, 45 townhouse ownership, 45 land trust, 60 in multifamily. Then we get into the market rate, which is what we're talking about right now, which is 905 units, which is 770 priced at market. And then the 135 that this is impacting, this proposal would impact those 135 units. And so to circle back to the original intention of this proposal, it's to ensure that these 135 units are developed. It's not in addition to, it's not more units being developed. It's ensuring that these 135 units, as outlined in this plan, are developed, that we're not collecting the fee. Because let me, and for those, we've talked about the 30% baseline or basement threshold. It's very complicated to understand how we're going to get there. And so to give an example, if these 135 units are, the fee is paid for them, those 135 units go into the 195 unit basket, so to speak, that the city would then be responsible for developing, because the developers would have developed all they've planned. We've planned for the developers to not pay the fee and develop the 135 units. Now, if they pay the fee, those 135 units then get pushed off for the city responsibility. And how the city meets that, we don't have a plan yet. And I think that's the confusing part here, is how we meet that 30% threshold.
I think Ms. Ladd is indicating she'd like to try to answer that or respond to your point, Counselor, if you're willing.
Sure, but can I further explain?
I'm sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
happy to let her explain, but I think that is the concern, is that if these 135 units, the fee is paid for them, then who is going to develop them? I guess that's a question, Director Ladd, for you. Who will then be responsible for developing the 135 units if the fee is paid?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the inclusionary units, the 135, they're going to happen. They're not necessarily going to happen through market rate rental. So they may happen, HomeWise may do some inclusionary units. We may have Pulte doing some inclusionary units. We may have a townhome. We may have any other market or nonprofit developer. They do the inclusionary units. So HomeWise projects aren't, they're not 100% subsidized. They have inclusionary units where they are following the guidelines of the inclusionary program. So those 135 units, they're going to happen whether or not the resolution forces them onto the rental market rate rental part of the project.
Can you further clarify, because it's not in the plan, and I'd like to understand how we're going to get there if it's not currently in the outlined community development plan.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the plan outlines how the subsidized units will be provided, the breakdown that you read. That's a proposal. It may change depending on what the market looks like, but that's because we know the financing, we know the financial realities and the break-even points of subsidized housing pretty well. We know, for instance, that a tax credit project can't break even unless it's got 60 units or more because of all of the efficiencies of scale and all of the operating efficiencies that can be achieved with more units. So that's easy to sort of plan, like, oh, one tax credit project, that's about 60 units, right? On the market side, we don't know what the economics look like yet because we don't have our developer partners stepping up. They're not going to step up until they see those parcels. I think you made that point, like they don't know what they're going to cost. So they have to wait until they see what the opportunities are before they're going to, step up to participate. So that's why there's just the one category of inclusionary units, and they're not dedicated to either rental or home ownership, but they will happen in an inclusionary fashion. So they'll be in a mixed income part of the project.
Thank you, Director Ladd. I appreciate that.
Councilor Garcia, could I just clarify one other point? I think when you say that the city will then be responsible, the city doesn't develop housing. The city helps to subsidize housing, helps to lower the costs for the development partners to provide the housing. So it's not the city's responsibility the city's responsibility is to facilitate the capacity of developers to do the housing, but it's not that the burden becomes more of a cost for the city.
But it's the city's responsibility to ensure that the 30% baseline is met. Am I understanding that correctly?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, that is right, because we accepted the plan and we're in charge of implementing it at the site.
Okay. Thank you for that, Director Ladd. I guess one last point I'd like to make is that we like to get ourselves in a little bubble in the sense that we think solely city. And this project is bigger than the city in the sense that this is going to impact the county, it's going to impact the state, and it's going to really take the needs and supports of our federal government, particularly when we look into HUD housing, et cetera. And I think that's where we need to work collaboratively with each of those entities. I think from peer demonstration, we have Representative Lujan here who is deep interest in this. I know that there's been deep interest and reports produced through the LFC, and I think that was maybe what Councilwoman Riel was looking for some clarification on. And so I would hope that as we move forward with this project, that we don't get too insular in the sense we need to work collaboratively with our partners at the county. As Councilwoman Cassett mentioned, their report that they put out is astonishing, and it shows that the dire need of housing that we have, not only in the county, but in the city, and the more extreme need of affordable housing. And so the collaborative efforts that need to happen, not only with us, but as we need to work hand in hand with the county, with our state leaders, as well as our federal leaders, to ensure that we're doing everything we can to making sure that this project is a success. And I think through those collaborative efforts, we can ensure that passage of this resolution won't be prohibitive. It'll actually allow us to be very proactive and be very innovative, and allow for folks to say, look, this is how we were able to work together to ensure that folks were able to come to the table to develop this housing. I think it's unfortunate that, scare tactics are being used, that developers aren't going to come to develop when that's not entirely true. It's been expressed, developers see this as an opportunity, not only an opportunity for them to do what they do best and develop housing, but an opportunity for them to give back to their community and develop the much needed affordable units. So I just wish that we would think outside the box and take this as an opportunity to use our community development plan to drive why we are eliminating the fee in lieu of, because it is a priority, not only from the community stated housing, but it's a more even higher priority that affordable housing be developed on this property. And I know that it was mentioned that there are other needs, but I think the concerns from the public is that the housing developed at the Midtown campus property are going to be so high that folks aren't going to be able to live there, and except for the roughly, what is it, 195, 135, so roughly 330 affordable units that will be there. Folks won't be able to afford the other 905 market rate units that are going to be produced. So we need to do all we can, I feel, and that's why I strongly support this. And the community has not only been asking for the fee in lieu to be waived for this property, but I mean, at least I've heard loud and clear that this is something we need to look at as a city government in general, and really begin to rethink the the fee in lieu of policy that we have in place because it is proving to not produce the affordable housing stock that we direly need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. I'll try to be brief. I haven't heard any scare tactics, Counselor. I've seen an email from the Housing Action Coalition, HomeWise, and the New Mexico Interfaith Housing Group, as well as Friends of Architecture and the Realtors of Santa Fe, all opposing this measure. I don't know what a scare tactic looks like in this debate. Frankly, I think that's a misnomer. I think we've got a very serious housing problem that people have been trying to address with great sincerity. I know that affordable housing and increasing our housing stock has been my priority since I became mayor. First working group I appointed as a transition group when I became mayor was to address housing and neighborhood livability. And they came back with an agenda which we have been really working hard to implement, starting with changing our dwelling unit ordinance so people could have an ADU, changing our approach to fee in lieu so we could exact a higher fee year over year, incentivizing people to build sooner, adding $3 million a year to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund for 4 years in a row. We have done a significant amount of work, which is why the numbers you quoted in terms of the increase of housing construction went from effectively a flat line to a very steep increase over the last 5 years. We know who the developers are who said they don't support this. You've said you've been meeting with developers who do support this. Who are they? Councilor Garcia. I'd like to know who they are.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not at will to, I'll let them publicly explain who they are. I don't feel I'm at will to give their name because then I am validating that they are, and as I mentioned earlier, until it can be penciled out, then they are not willing to confirm 100% that this can be done. Because we haven't set the price of the property, they can't do that, but they are confident that it could be done.
So who are they?
Again, Mr. Mayor, I'm not at will. I'll let them come and speak. So
Well, we have a group of companies, organizations, nonprofits that say it's a bad idea, and we have an anonymous group of developers who are, you're not at liberty to divulge their identity. We have experts in the field who are lining up to tell us that this is counterproductive, that in fact, it's bad policy and bad logic. I think we all agree on the fundamental need for affordable housing. The question is, how do you get to it? I think we all agree that owning the land is a huge, huge advantage. It means we can set the terms of every single RFP we issue. We can have an RFP where we require people to do community development activities. We've heard about the possibility of including benefits to, if we create an MRA, a redevelopment area, the benefits could flow to that area as well as to the Midtown and overlay district. So we are in control. That's the power of owning Midtown. What happens after that is that your logic and my logic go in exactly opposite direction. Your logic says, let's adopt a policy straitjacket that prohibits a tool that we could use. Let's limit our negotiating flexibility. My logic says, let's maintain as much nimbleness and flexibility and entrepreneurialism as possible so that with every single RFP for housing, we get the best deal for the people of Santa Fe possible. That may include, as Director Ladd said, in some cases, not having a fee in lieu of option. And when people are willing to let that go, they get a preference. But taking that off the table from the get-go is the equivalent of unilateral disarmament when it comes to trying to reach our policy goals. And we've heard over and over again that affordable housing is complex. I think this issue is very simple. The question is, if you have more flexibility to achieve our policy goals, are you more likely to get the affordable housing built? Or if you limit your flexibility, do you get more affordable housing built? And what we've heard from expert after expert, and Councilor Garcia was generous enough at a prior hearing to say he's not an expert on housing, and nobody on the city council is, but we have them working for us. Our experts tell us that taking away the fee in lieu of looks like a good solution, but in fact, it's counterproductive. We tried it for 10 years and it didn't work. We stopped using an approach that didn't work and began to see housing developed. I think that our experts have it right. I think the notion is simplistic that says we will do away with affordable housing and therefore we will get affordable housing. We'll do away with fee in lieu of, and therefore we'll get affordable housing built. That logic is appealing and flat wrong based on experience and what we've seen for 10-year period. With the ability to structure RFPs to our advantage, we can have the negotiating hand we need to get the affordable housing that our community wants. I think Councillor Cassidy said it well. There are proposals that look appealing because they seem simple and they don't work. What's more likely to happen, according to all the memos we've gotten and the opposition we've heard from people who are experts in affordable housing, is we will drive developers away and we will end up with undeveloped lots that are not appealing economically or from a policy point of view. We will be limiting our ability to get our own outcomes that we want. So Councilor Garcia wants to think outside the box, and instead he's building a smaller box without the tools we need to get to our affordable housing goals. And I think it's appealing. I think it's politically attractive, but I think it is a bad policy path for the people of Santa Fe. I think what's the better policy path is to agree on our goals, which is more affordable housing, and then to use every possible tool with the experts working with us and for us, and with the nonprofits like the Housing Action Coalition, HomeWise, the Interfaith Housing Group, Friends of Architecture, the realtors, all pitching in to get more affordable housing built. So I think this looks attractive, but ultimately it is a false piece of policy. Councilor Garcia, you get the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to bring to the public's attention, as I mentioned earlier, our experts are using data that is utilizing market rate development with private land. There is no data. So let me ask you, Mr. Mayor, since you said based off experience that this is set to fail, can you tell me, or can you cite an example where a city has tried anything similar and it has failed?
Yeah, we had it for 10 years. We had no fee in lieu of, and we had no housing built. You want to go back in time to a failed policy. I want to move forward with more creativity. You talk about the benefits of innovation and leadership. Innovation and leadership comes from working with an RFP process with every single policy tool available to us. Councilwoman Villarreal is right. There are all kinds of innovative opportunities built into the community development plan. I think it was a very good, inclusive process that got us to the point where those creative tools are enumerated. And now we need to use every single one of them to try to get to the public's interest, which is affordable housing. And it is not a straight line from we require We do away with fee in lieu of, therefore people build housing. That is not how the housing market has worked.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call that example bananas. And the reason I say that is the prior policy you're talking about is not the policy we're proposing. And it's not the policy of the fee in lieu of right now. As I mentioned, the policy right now is apples. We're talking oranges. The example you gave is bananas. So I strongly believe that there is no data or evidence that suggests that this is going to fail.
Well, let's turn to our team that's here. Ms. Ladd, is there any evidence that doing away with fee in lieu as a unilateral policy leads to affordable housing getting built?
What, Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me, sir.
I'd like it with the example.
I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia. I would like to have my question answered.
Mayor Weber, the doing away with fee in lieu of works very well on the homeownership side. It's that model can work. We have not seen it in this community on the rental side.
Thank you.
Is there any examples utilizing the proposal in front of us? Because in prior meetings, we've asked for data or examples showing or demonstrating how this has been a success or a failure with any municipality. And in previous meetings, you've said there's no instances like this. So if there's any cities that done it since these previous meetings, I'd love to know. But the history and data shows that we might be even the first in the country to do something like this. So unless can you tell me if there's any additional data?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, the question you're asking is really hard to answer because it doesn't tend to end in a failure. When other communities do exactly what we did, which was not allowing the any in lieu fee unless a developer got governing body approval through a demonstration of extreme financial hardship, which has happened a couple of times, but not very often. The community changes their policy so they don't end up with a failure. And that's why it doesn't come up on a data search as a failure. And this happens all the time with policy and ordinances. They evolve based on experience, based on trial and error, and based on what the market's doing. So that's why I can't answer that question because there's not really an answer.
Okay. Oh, well, I appreciate that. What about successes?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, successes in what exactly?
A proposal, because I think you said because we can't find the data for failures, because it's challenging. What about successes?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, if you Google inclusionary zoning examples, or even if you Google using in lieu fees and inclusionary zoning, you will get case after case after case of different communities around the country that have put in place inclusionary zoning. Everybody, and a community would be stupid not to change their ordinance or their policy if it wasn't working, right? And so there's always a period of sort of a pain point where there's a decision that things need to be amended or changed. And really, regulation, they are living documents. Like nothing is static. They should be revisited on a regular basis, no matter what they regulate. So when you do that search, you'll see example after example. Some communities have started out with an in lieu fee option and gotten rid of it, I think, or they never had one. Some have put it in place later. Some have done what the city of Santa Fe did, which is adjust the percentage requirement for the on-site units, or created other flexibilities in alternate compliance. So you can Google it and you can read about a bunch of different experiences. But I will say this, inclusionary zoning is not that common in this country. Like, we are one of the first communities to implement it, and we remain within, there are a few hundred, but it's not, there are a lot in California, but it's not widely embraced because it, in many markets, just wouldn't work at all. Like, some markets are just dying to get anybody to build anything at any point in time. So it only works in markets that are desirable and have a lot of value to them.
Okay, thank you, Director Ladd. I really appreciate that. And I guess my final comment on this is, we've got to be progressive in the way we work towards developing affordable units. B and Lou, the data clearly shows that it doesn't promote affordable housing development. And that is what we direly need right now, is affordable housing development. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Counselor?
Call the question.
Second.
Okay, the question is called, I have to look at my cheat sheet.
Non-debatable.
It's not debatable, but it requires a vote. Madam Clerk?
Mayor, can I just confirm Councilor Marworth and Councilor okay, just checking.
Mayor, sorry, before we go, just want to confirm that the vote we're on is whether or not we're going to actually vote on the.
No, it's about calling the question and then we'll get to the motion that's on the floor.
Correct. Councilor Lindell,
Calling the question, yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez, Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
All right.
So now we're voting on the motion. The motion, a yes vote on the motion adopts this resolution. A no vote on the motion defeats the resolution.
Correct, Mayor. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
No.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marworth,
No.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
No, and I'd like to explain my vote.
Councilor Chavez,
No.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
No.
Motion has failed, and Councilor Cassett would like to explain.
Thank you so much. As I had mentioned earlier, I do think that there's a lot more complexity to this than simply disallowing fee in lieu, and that we really do need to look at how we strategically use it. I have been working with Director Ladd on a resolution that would amend the community development plan to really solidify this conversation about units on the ground being weighted more heavily, as well as some other ways that we might look at how the fee in lieu could be used strategically, as well as how we really do encourage development to be competitive for these proposals, but also really understanding. So I look forward to bringing that forward. Hopefully, perhaps we'll introduce in the next week. And I really do want to thank Director Ladd for the time we've spent really talking about this complexity. And I look forward to discussing it with this group. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we go directly to petitions from the floor, that we finish our business from there. And then after appointments, that we return back to item 11 where we left off.
You're a mind reader, Counselor. Is there a second? Can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Sorry, Councilor Rivera, I just want to clarify, we're going directly to petitions from the floor, and then you said you wanted to resume.
We'll finish the business from there on. And then after we're done with appointments, then we'll come back to item 11. Where we left off.
In other words, we'll pick up where we stopped, but we will go through the hearings that are awaiting us.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure I had that articulated properly. Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez, Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Mayor Weber.
Yes. So we'll move directly to petitions from the floor. If you're here in the room and you want to speak to anything that is not a public hearing later in the agenda, This would be your time to come to the podium. We'll give you 2 minutes, and we may very well have people in the Zoom room. God bless you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Representative Tara Lujan. I represent House District 48. And I am concerned about what was just conducted, and I would just like to say I'm disappointed that this resolution that was just voted upon did not pass. I strongly support it. And I know many of my constituents, the constituents of the district, which who will be affected by this, do support this resolution as well. And I just like to say that when we frame things in terms of winners and losers, we need to be very careful because we are framing things and we are getting support and information from mostly developers and those that stand to actually win when they make money off of our taxpayer dollars. And I'd like to say when we are looking for information and we're looking at data and data resolved information regarding affordable housing, I'd say we all do want and agree on that goal to increase more affordable housing in Santa Fe. And I'd like to also say that through the state and the work that we are doing with the state, we have identified affordable housing as one of the main priorities we are facing. And it is in crisis. And through, as a member of the House Appropriations, and working now in during the interim committee process with the LFC, the Legislative Finance Committee, we will be doing a legistat prioritization where we are looking and identifying all the issues and causes of the reasons why we can't have or we don't have enough affordable housing. And one of the things that has not been identified, which I have spoken to recently at the LFC meeting, was gentrification. And I'd say that that is a huge issue that wasn't even discussed here today or I have heard of recent in these conversations. And I'd like to say that when we are looking at fee in lieu of, excuse me, as a policy, this fee has not been indexed to the rising costs of construction, and therefore it becomes less and less impactful as a potential subsidy for building new affordable housing. So I don't think we're looking at all the issues, and I don't blame anybody here for the votes or what they've done. I think that it's an information and a communication issue. And even as stated, from the governors, all the way from the governor's office into the federal government, there are so many causes and so many issues that we are trying to expand upon and understand, as mentioned here tonight. But I do not believe that we are being proactive enough and taking the opportunities at hand and looking at when we remove these types of policies to further understand and study what the potential and what they bring to the table so that we can know and then make better decisions in the future. I do appreciate all your staff, Mr. Mayor, and everybody that's been working on this issue. And I just think I'd like to work on better partnerships with our local governments, especially our city, and especially when we're looking at this area where we have a huge and incredible opportunity and we have a huge responsibility to our taxpayers. Because one thing we cannot forget, that when we are talking and having discussions at any level of government, that we are talking and using taxpayer dollars.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak to you today. My name is Charles Rosacker. I live at 1359 Santa Rosa Drive. I'm ROS. My family is very diverse, as you well know, Mayor. I'm the maternal grandfather of Lightning Boy. So we cross a lot of lines here. And my feeling relative to this fee in lieu is kind of I'm just talking from a layman's, from my family's point of view. It's kind of like segregation by design. I truly feel that. We have, as a city, and you talk about community and this, I don't know what community, but we're very divided. But you talk about we own the land, but then we have to pay for it. So it seems like this is kind of an early on exercise in ignorance, in the sense that the lots aren't split up, that sort of thing. But as you know, and I know, the real people that are going to be coming here are from Los Alamos. And even to the Midtown, see Los Alamos growing more and more in this community. And that's fine, but my point is, I'm here for my children. We've been here for decades. We're very diverse in our ethnicity. We're very diverse in many ways, religion-wise and so on. But I can say firmly from my point of view, this administration has planted the seed of doubt in our community. I look forward to you guys getting together and actually have some affordable housing. I talked to you, Sig, about the lot on Alto Street. That didn't work out for us, but maybe, just maybe, the Duran Family Trust behind the Boys Club will be inclusive of the families that were in that area and can perhaps stay in that area.
Thank you, sir.
I think we need to just put a whole lot of thought into this in lieu of, but that's the way I see it. You talk about the Affordable Housing Trust.
Thank you.
All these things.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, your time expired, sir. Thank you.
That's okay. I'm going to finish up.
Okay, thank you.
Have some respect. I expect respect when I come to speak to you, sir.
Yes, sir. I was just pointing out that the time.
No, I understand that. I'm not totally ignorant. But anyway, I hope that we can really come to a resolution that will provide affordable housing. Anyway, thank you for your work. Even though you cut me off, but
Thank you, sir.
What's the hope?
Thank you. Are there others here who want to speak to a item not a public hearing on the agenda? Madam Clerk, are there people in the Zoom?
Yes, Mayor Stephanie Beninato is on Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I hope you'll give me respect and allow me to finish a thought or two or three beyond my 2 minutes. But I'm calling to your attention that the water department is out changing analog meters to smart meters at people's homes who actually thought we had agreements with the city to keep them as analog meters. We have received no notice about this. And I think that the city owes us some explanation about that. I tried to contact customer service at the water department and I just got nothing. I got we're here from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday message after waiting several minutes. The other thing is the pool schedule is really horrible. There are many people complaining about it. We have no idea. Well, I know why you're opening the bicentennial, because there are clubs and classes that take kids there, but really swimming 6 to 9 in outside water, that when it's 52 degrees or 54 degrees, and then you go into a really drafty shower room, might as well be standing outside, is really not conducive to swimming laps. And it could have been that it could have been indoors, and then the guards could have gone over and had the kids' classes and schools, whatever, show up. Today at Chavez, there were 5 lanes that were rented out to a private swim club and 6 lanes that were using it for lifeguard training, even though we've been told that Salvador Perez is closed for 2 weeks for lifeguard training. So I wonder why 11 out of 17 lanes were taken up this morning by private groups, with seemingly private groups or lifeguard training. And we really don't want just discussion about opening one of these other two pools. We really want to see one of these pools opened. And then the other thing is that I have not heard back. I just want to finish this one thing. I have not heard back from the city attorney about why 2 out of 4 is not a majority of the members present. I think that she owes everybody an explanation as to why these votes of 2 to 4 have been a valid votes. Thank you very much. And I'd like to hear from her within the week, because it's been about 6 weeks now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mayor Rick. I don't have a last name. Oh,
It's Martinez.
Rick Martinez. Perfect. I can hear you now.
Thank you. Mayor, councilors. Yeah, I don't know if you read my letter to the editor about this issue of about the campus and not allowing the fee in lieu of. And I hope you did, because it basically says that the community and all the community really supported the purchase of that property. And the community did not say that the developers choose who's going to do affordable housing. It was supposed to have been a community decision that everybody does affordable housing, not just developers are part of the city. They should be part of the city, but they're acting like they're not when you give them that opportunity not to support affordable housing. By using the fee in lieu, you're telling the developers, "Oh, it's up to you guys. That's not right." You all know it's not right, but what's happening is that you're turning a blind eye just to get the place developed at any cost. And I think those of you that voted against this resolution should be ashamed of yourself and not really looking at the community, what the community asked for from the beginning. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you, Mayor and councilors.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, who else?
That's it, Mayor.
Okay, that completes the petitions from the floor. One more offer to people in the room. If you're here to talk about anything other than the hearings, this is the time to come to the podium. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're on to the next item then.
Yes, Mayor. So we are moving to item 20A. This is consideration of a resolution. It's case number 2021-3811, Villas de los Solares, Track 13 Master Plan Amendment. James W. Siebert and Associates, agent for Ross's Peak Holding Limited owner, requests approval of an amendment to the Los Solares Master Plan to reflect an increased density from 6 units per acre to 10 units per acre for approximately 6.8 acres at 4601 Rail Runner Road. And Heather Lamboy, our Assistant Planning and Land Use Director, is at the podium.
Before you go ahead, I believe we're dealing with A, B, and C as all similar elements of a single case. I don't know whether there'll be independent presentations, but I suspect there'll be a lot of overlap. So why don't we treat it as a unified subject, Madam Clerk?
Perfect. Then I will go ahead and read items B and C, and if that'll help with the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, case item number B is, item B is case number 2021-3814 Villa de los Solares Track 13 General Plan Amendment. James W. Siebert and Associates, agent for Ross's Peak Holding LLC. Owners requested general plan amendment to amend the existing general plan future land use classification for approximately 6.8 acres within the Los Solares master plan area from low density residential 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre to medium density residential 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre at 4601 Rail Runner Road. And then the last item is item C in this bundle, which is case number 2021-3815. Via Stella Solaris Track 13 rezoning, James W. Siebert and Associates, agent for Ross's Peak Holding. Owner requests a rezoning of a 6.8 acre property within the Los Solaris Master Plan area from R6 residential, 6 dwelling units per acre, to R10 residential, 10 dwelling units per acre for a property located at 4601 Rail Runner Road.
Okay, and Counselor Lee Garcia has a point he needs to make right now. So I'm calling on you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So this specific development came through to the Planning Commission when I was presiding on the Planning Commission. I did vote on it at that time. And when it came to the governing body, the second time or first time at the governing body, I recused myself from this. So it seems that it's very similar to before. I know there are some dealings, and I just needed to know if it was an issue that I stay, or if I should recuse myself from this, from this at this point.
And you picked a moment where our city attorney just walked out the door.
And yeah, I did ask her the question before. She was going to check with Pat Begali because she's the one in land use. So I think at that point, would like to have the direction of the city attorney. To see
So could we take a 5 break while we get an answer to that?
Yeah, I think while we're getting a legal opinion, let's just recess for, let's say, we'll come back here at 8:30 and we'll have information by then. Thanks, everybody. All right. Back. Pretty back. Good.
That is.
Okay, apologies. Okay, apologies. We overextended our stay by a few minutes, but boom, we're back in order. Madam City Attorney, you had a question from Councilor Lee Garcia about recusal, and then I want to go through the order of business so there's no question about how we're going to do this hearing. But he had really looked for some guidance from you about his prior membership on the Planning Commission and whether he needed to step out.
Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you. Councilor Garcia and Ms. Figali and I have discussed, there's not a requirement that he recuse. And there's new information regarding this case since the last time he was involved. It seems like we've got some good New Mexico case law and in support of not requiring recusal. If there were some other reason for not being able to consider the facts and apply the law, then certainly Councilor Garcia can make that choice, but there's no requirement to recuse.
Sound okay, sir?
Yep, good to go.
Thank you for raising it because that is the first order of business on our list of doing business on hearings. We start with the disclosure of any pre-hearing communications regarding the merits and recusal if a member feels he or she cannot be fair and impartial. And we'll start in a moment with the staff report. We'll go to then the applicant or the applicant's agent speaking, and there will be sworn witness testimony. Will permit about 20 minutes, no more than that. We'll go to sworn public comment, and then come back to the governing body for questions of staff, parties, witnesses, and the public. Anyone testifying to facts must be sworn. Once the public hearing has been completed, we'll close it and then go to motion and a second on the items in front of us. And we would like to get, when the motions are made, the person making the motion to please state your reasoning. We will discuss and deliberate as a governing body before we move to a vote. So with that, Ms. Lamboy, you have the floor for, if you can, no more than 15 minutes, please.
Good evening, Mayor Weber and members of the council. It will be less than 15 minutes, I guarantee you. So this evening, I'm presenting a case that you all heard back in September, on September 28, 2022. These were a series of cases regarding a general plan amendment, a master plan amendment, and a rezoning for a tract of land located in Las Saleras. You can see the aerial there of the Rosas Peak, the Villas de Las Saleras development. Phases 1 and 2 are located to the west of Rail Runner Road. Where the blue arrow is here, that is indicating the location of the site just south of Governor Miles Road. So with reference to what happened in September, I went over the cases in detail, and I'll just refresh your memory here. So the general plan amendment was requested from low density residential to medium density residential because the product that the applicant would like to use is paired homes, and the paired homes and the site plan, the way it works out, is to approximately 6 dwelling units per acre. And the maximum number of dwelling units per acre for low density residential is 3. So that is the rationale. Originally, when the Las Saleras master plan was approved, the original intent for that low density category was to provide sort of a transition from higher density residential to the lower density residential to the east, the large lot developments. With reference to the rezoning, the applicant requested an R10 zone district. The city code requires very specific setbacks and standards related in the R6 zone district. So if you were to say, well, there's going to be 6 dwelling units per acre, why not select R6? Well, in that particular case, the code has very prescriptive setbacks requirements, yard requirements, and the like. That doesn't exactly work with paired homes in this particular case. So although there will be the space on those lots, the way it works out, the R10 zone district category is being requested because it allows for the setbacks to be determined by the site plan itself. And finally, there is a master plan amendment. I sort of went over this in the general plan discussion, in that the master plan currently allows low density residential, and this would allow for medium density residential. So going back to 2021, when Councilmember Garcia was on the Planning Commission, there was discussion at the hearing regarding these cases, plus a proposed preliminary development plan. And at that hearing, there was discussion regarding the setbacks and distance between the buildings, the availability of parking for residents and guests, private yard sizes, and as well as access to community amenities. On site, they will have access to the amenities found in Villas de las Saleras across the street, Rail Runner. There's a park amenity there, as well as the access to the amenity, the Arroyo Chimizo Park amenity that's more central to Las Saleras. So the Planning Commission wrestled with the issue and felt like it was a quality of life issue, and they recommended to the governing body at that time to deny these cases. And they also denied that corresponding preliminary development plan and preliminary subdivision plan. So the case rested for quite some while, and the issue was that there was still an outstanding denial, and the applicant wanted to exercise their right to come to the governing body to get action on that case. And at the governing body hearing back in September, the discussion was sort of trying to gather an understanding for the rationale for the Planning Commission decision and understanding what the discussion was. And then there was a lot of discussion by the applicant as well as staff about the zone districts and what can work given this product type. And there was also discussion about the desire to see a revised development plan. The governing body determined that in order to be comfortable acting on the case and not having that development plan to judge whether these issues were addressed, the governing body remanded, not the cases, but remanded, postponed the decision, and then requested that the Planning Commission review an updated site plan, development plan and preliminary subdivision plan. So that's exactly what happened. On April 6th, 2023, the Planning Commission held a hearing. And I explained to the commission about the delay of the governing body's decision. And then I also asked the commission to take a look at whether the criteria were being met with a revised development plan. The overall, what the applicant did was to reduce the number of dwelling units to provide for more private yard space, and also address emergency access. And part of the issue in Las Saleras is that parking has become an issue. So there's not much of a setback behind the garage. And so in the alleyways, people will park adjacent to their garage, sometimes blocking the alleyway. And it has become a big issue. So that was one of the issues we discussed as part of the development review. And I collaborated with the fire department as well as with the utilities to ensure that their vehicles could get there to provide first response, as well as to provide access for utility vehicles as well. So this is the development plan that was proposed to the Planning Commission April 6th. They are paired homes. You can see they're 5.8 dwelling units per acre. There is a 10-foot setback from the property line. So the space in between the buildings are 20 feet. So they have more of a yard. And then the site plan has been designed so that, like for the phases 1 and 2, the buildings will actually have 360-degree architecture and will front both Governor Miles as well as Rail Runner Road. So it's not like the development will back to, it will still have street presence. And then in this particular case, it's slightly different from across the street in that all of these units will have full driveways. So not only will they have 2 parking spaces in the garage, but there's also going to be 2 parking spaces on a driveway. Even those units that are more oriented north-south on the eastern portion of the development plan or the site. Furthermore, there is parallel parking on one side of the street. So that will provide for lots of parking opportunities and not block the emergency services and provide for guests to come to visit. So as I stated previously, the governing body action was at that time to delay the response or a decision. And the planning commission decided that it had the authority to, or found that it had the authority to approve the plan, and it would not adversely affect the public interest. And also found that the uses and the buildings are compatible with adjacent structures and uses in the vicinity. They also specifically found that the issues that were of concern previously were addressed. So especially with reference to those quality of life issues and access of amenities. I failed to mention there is a pocket park that's located on the southeastern side of the site. That will be also an on-site amenity. And so there is a condition of approval by the planning commission that the governing body must first act on the master plan amendment, the general plan amendment, and the rezoning prior to the application for a final development plan and final subdivision plat. So that's why we return to you tonight for your action and consideration of these cases. And that concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from the applicant or applicant's agent to offer us sworn testimony. And if you can, as Ms. Lamboy did, keep it within about 15 to 20 minutes, that'd be super. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. All right. I, Nathan Manzanares, residing at 915 Mercer Street, representing J.W. Siebert and Associates, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I am in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
Thank you, sir. You have the
Mr.
floor.
Mayor, thank you, counselors. So I think Heather did a great job. I did have a presentation, but I don't want to be too redundant. I think the main point here is that we were given direction by the governing body to go back and revisit the design with the planning commission. We did do that, and we did receive a unanimous approval of the new design. And we are fully committed to building out that design that we received preliminary development plan and preliminary plat approval on. I think the issue the last time we visited the governing body was that there wasn't a plan set in stone. And you were a little reluctant and worried to approve that R10 zoning without having a plan to go by. We now have that plan, and we're fully committed to building out that plan. With that, I stand for any questions, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. We'll go now to sworn public comment. Anyone who wants to testify on this matter, please step up and be sworn and offer your testimony on the 3 issues in front of us. Is there anyone on the Zoom who wishes to testify on this matter, Madam Clerk? No hands are up. In that case, I will turn matters over to the governing body for questions of staff, parties, witnesses. At this time, I think most of us have a pretty good memory of the case when it came to us last time, and the questions that were just summarized about the actual design, some concerns about side yards, the questions that Ms. Lamboy directed our attention to when we heard it the first time. And this is now coming back with those having been addressed at the planning commission level. Any questions or comments? Yes, of course. Counselor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question regarding the MPO made some recommendations about sidewalks and access through easement to make this a more walkable community. Were those included in this plan?
Mayor, Councilmember Cassett, with reference to there is a bike lane, dedicated bike lane on Governor Miles, as well as on Rail Runner, I believe, that provides for safe bike access. The connectivity was at the southernmost part, the point, reference point was the southernmost part in providing access across the park. And so the applicant and the MPO worked on that, and it has been sufficiently addressed. Do you have anything to add, Nathan?
And then the sidewalk width, I think they asked for 6 feet, correct?
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, I can show you an example of the updated plan that addresses your questions on walkability of the site. And, let's see here. All right. So if you look to the yellow hatched area, those are all sidewalks that will provide passage points throughout the subdivision, and then to the west corner there, that will be a bike lane that Heather referenced as well. And that will be continuous to the existing green city trail that is in existence currently in that area.
Okay, great. And then I do see the bus stop right there. So I definitely appreciate seeing all those sidewalks that they can really move through. And then I'm sorry, again, the sidewalk width, did you mention that while I was staring at the screen?
That'll be, I think, it's standard width, and we'll address that with our final development plan application.
Okay, yeah, just making sure that they're wide enough.
Absolutely.
Rollers, wheelchairs, types of thing. Okay, that was my only question. I'm very glad to hear you worked with the MPO. I think that's really important as we start to look at the types of communities that we're building and the ability to be able to use alternative transportation. And so I do appreciate this. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Mayor, councilors, we just want to thank staff. You know, this was a long time in the making. You know, as you saw from the history, we did do a lot of back and forth and redesign. And I think we did a really good collaborative effort with city staff to come up with a really nice product that has good quality of life aspects to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions or comments from the governing body? Anybody? Counselor Rivera, I sense you have a question, sir.
The asphalt lane towards the roundabout on the left, is that an emergency access route, or is it a?
That area right there that the
cursor
pointer is going over?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera.
Okay, thank you. Can't read that far.
Any other comments or questions from the governing body? If there are no other questions at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, recognizing that if questions do want to be asked later, we'll have to have a motion to reopen it. And at this time, I will entertain motions and seconds on any of the, with regard to the cases in front of us, going whichever direction counselors want to go. Counselor Lindell, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. On the general plan, I move to approve the request to amend the existing general plan future land use classification for approximately 6.8 acres from low density residential 3 to 7 dwelling units per acre to medium density residential 7 to 12 dwelling units per acre at 4601 Rail Runner Road, and that's case 2021-3814.
Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Is there discussion? We're taking up for the public. If you're following along, this is we've skipped over 20A. We've gone straight to 20B. We'll come back in a minute, but that's 20B on the agenda. There's a motion. There's a second. Is there discussion? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Councilor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett. Yes. Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Council Lindell, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. On case 2021-3815, I move to approve the request to rezone from R6 residential 6 dwelling unit per acre to R10 residential 10 dwelling unit per acre for a property located at 4601 Rail Runner Road.
Is there a second? I heard Councilor Rivera offer a second. Is there discussion of that motion? Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett. Yes. Councilor Chavez.
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Worth.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Case 2021-3811. Move to approve the request to amend the Los Solares master plan.
There's a motion and there is a second. Is there a discussion of this motion? Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Councilor Cassett. Yes. Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Worth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Okay, thank you. That completes that hearing and that item. Appreciate your all patience. Thank you for coming in and waiting patiently. We're grateful to you. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item then, please?
Yes, Mayor, the next item on the agenda is item D. It's consideration of bill number 2023-16. This is an adoption of an ordinance. This is case number 2022-4942, 2339 Boltoff Road rezoning. Shelley Espinosa, owner, requests rezoning per chapter 14 SFCC 1987. 14-3.5 rezonings from R1 residential 1 dwelling unit per acre to R2 residential 2 dwelling units per acre for 1.41 acre lot. The property is located within the Suburban Archaeological Review District.
Thank you. Let me review our process because it's the same, but it's worth repeating. First, I will repeat the request that anyone disclose now if there were pre-hearing communications that would render any member of the governing body unable to give a fair and impartial decision. They'll start with a staff report about up to 10 minutes, sir. Then go to the applicant for up to 15 minutes. The public can then be sworn in to comment. Questions by the governing body of staff, witnesses, any parties, and the public. As we reach the end of that, I will then close the public hearing and move to a motion and a second, whichever way the motion wishes to go, followed by discussion and deliberations and a roll call vote. I see nobody discussing any reason to recuse themselves, so we'll move directly to the staff report. Mr. Escobar.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. My presentation is about 7-8 minutes long, just so that you know. I won't go over the caption since it's already been done. The property is located on the east side of Boltoff Road, at the intersection of Boltoff Road and West Zia Road. Property is vacant with an easement that crosses property going east-west at the southern end of the property. It is not, there is a small segment of the property that is in the flood zone, but it's a very small area and doesn't cover any, much of it. Many of you have seen the rotor review that I presented a while back. I truncated that and identified that the applicant has met the requirements to appear before this body, which are the pre-application conference between pursuant to 1437E, E&N pursuant to 1437F, and notice requirements pursuant to 1431H. And then in between, it's gone through the DRT review. The DRT consisted of 4 members because it's a rezoning. Typically, the subdivisions take more of the DRT members and city departments to review some of the applications. But for a rezoning, we're just looking at whether or not the rezoning can accommodate some of the infrastructure requirements. The applicant has met those standards. Moving into the standards that the applicant must make and what we review by. Criteria 1, and this is per chapter 1435C, approval criteria for rezonings. So criteria 1, there are 3 options. The first one, is there a mistake in the original zoning? Staff did not find any mistakes in the original zoning. Number 2, there has been a change in the surrounding area, altering the character of the neighborhood to such an extent as to justify the changing of the zoning. Staff did not agree with the applicant's response on this one. Staff did not find that there has been any change in the surrounding area altering the neighborhood's character to such an extent as to justify a rezoning. Number 3, a different use category is more advantageous to the community as articulated in the general plan or other adopted plans. Staff did agree with the applicant's response on this issue. The applicant's response states that the proposed rezoning from R1 to R2 facilitates the development of either a 2-lot subdivision or a second dwelling unit. The request is consistent with the general plan's policies to promote infill development and optimize the use of existing infrastructure to reduce urban sprawl. And as you can see, to the left is the future land use map, which identifies it as R1 or very low density, actually. And then to the right, you'll see in the general plan, it does identify it in the infill section of the general plan map. Number 2, criterion 2, all the rezoning requirements of chapter 14 have been met and the applicant has submitted a complete application, has complied with that standard. Criterion 3, 1435CC, the rezoning is consistent with the applicable policies of the general plan, including the future land use map. Staff agrees again with the applicant of the general plan themes and policies for the residential very low density, allowing for a change from R1 to R2. Staff's review also acknowledges that the future land use map allows for R2 zoning and the request for R2 zoning is not inconsistent with the global residential densities for the area. Moving to criterion 4, and the amount of land proposed for rezoning and the proposed use for the land is consistent with the policies regarding the provisions of urban land sufficient to meet the amount, rate, and geographic location of the growth of the city. Staff again agrees with the applicant's request to the subsection 1435CD. Additionally, 1435C2B prohibits a rezoning if the rezoning will affect an area of less than 2 acres unless adjusting boundaries between districts. The applicant's request is to adjust the R2 zoning north of the property to encumber, to bring into and include the property south, which is the property in question. Criterion 5, the existing and proposed infrastructure such as the street system, sewer and water lines and public facilities such as fire stations and parks will be able to accommodate the impacts of the proposed development. Staff agrees with the applicant's response. Subject to the property is currently served with existing roadways and public water and sewer infrastructures. And again, while we're talking about this particular rezoning request, it's on the lower spectrum of what we typically see when you're looking at a rezoning where you're getting multiple lots, multiple apartments. This one is only going to yield a second dwelling unit. But it still meets the criteria that we look for when we measure an applicant with the code. Number 6, unless the proposed change is consistent with applicable general plan policies, the planning commission and the governing body shall not recommend or approve any rezoning, the practical effect to which is to allow uses or change in character significantly different from or inconsistent with the prevailing use and character in the area. So staff agrees again with the applicant on this. The prevailing use and character of the area is generally residential. A density increase to R2 is consistent with the density for the area. As you can see a comparison as to what that change is going to look like. You're going from an R1 to an R2 zoning category, allowing for an additional home on the property or a lot split, which would allow for a house and guest house. In number B, affect an area less than 2 acres. As we discussed earlier, this property is 1.41 acres, but they are adjusting boundaries, which the code allows for a rezoning. And finally, C, benefit one or few landowners at the expense of surrounding landowners or general public. Staff agrees with the applicant. The rezoning request will not benefit one or few landowners at the expense of the surrounding landowners or general public. The rezoning from R1 to R2 is consistent with the uses and densities of the surrounding neighborhood. The property can be accommodated by existing infrastructure and public facilities, thereby reducing urban sprawl and a benefit to the community as it adds to the housing pool, even if it's only one. Recommendations on March 2nd, 2023, after hearing testimony by staff, the applicant and interested members of the attending public, the Planning Commission recommended the governing body approve case 2022 4942 2339 Boltoff Road rezoning. Sample motions, one motion is needed, which is to move to approve case 2022 4942 2339 Boltoff Road rezoning, adopting bill 2023-16, and request proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision, or move to deny case 2022-4942 and request proposed findings of facts and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision. With that, Mayor, that will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, sir. We'll now hear from the applicant with sworn testimony of up to 15 minutes, if you can accommodate that.
Okay, I, Shelley Espinoza, residing at 27 Coyote Pass Road, Santa Fe, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you this evening. Again, my name is Shelley Espinoza. I'm the applicant and the owner of this property being presented today. I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Mr. Escobar, for that presentation, and I won't belabor Mr. Escobar's presentation or duplicate the information that I've already provided to you in my application. However, I feel like I should emphasize some key points that my application supports and tell you a little bit about myself. The property is a little over 1.4 acres, a very large lot in my opinion. I'm asking to rezone from R1 to R2 for an eventual lot split for myself and my family. Each lot will be almost 3/4 of an acre. This will allow more affordability for us to be able to build homes and continue to live here in Santa Fe. My understanding and the premise of this request is that this type of rezoning is allowable under city ordinances and is consistent with the general plan future land use designation of R1 to R3. I also understand that the general plan emphasizes that opportunities should be provided for housing for all income segments of the population in all areas of the city, while restricting the supply of large lot housing, which belongs in rural areas outside the city and not inside it. The general plan also promotes residential infill, including simple lot splits that reduce the need to build additional infrastructure, thereby benefiting the community by reducing pressure on urban sprawl. I'm not a developer. I'm not a realtor. I'm not an attorney. I can't cite legal jargon. I'm guessing that it might be a little unusual or unconventional for someone like me to be up here representing myself. However, what I am, I'm a fearless mom and grandmother. And I've worked really hard for state government for 25 years and just recently retired. Additionally, I'm 10th generation Santa Fean on my mom's side, and my father's ancestors settled in Santa Cruz in the Espanola Valley over 300 years ago. I was taught that you save to buy a piece of land, you save to develop it, and then you save up more money to build it. It's a process that can take years. I bought this piece of property with that intent. This has been more of a challenge than I thought it was going to be. I've been very discouraged, and many times I felt that I should just throw in the towel and just sell the property and move someplace else. Nevertheless, I'm still here. I was taught to lead by example, help your family to succeed in life, and leave them a legacy. Regardless of the outcome this evening, I have accomplished these things. I'm not here this evening to ask for any special treatment or any exemption to the city's longstanding guiding policies or ordinances. Rather, I'm asking you to use those guiding policies and ordinances to make a mindful, sensitive decision to approve my request to rezone my property from R1 to R2. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Thank you. We'll come to that later.
Okay.
Stay tuned. Thank you. Now we'll go to sworn public comment. If you'd like to comment on this matter, please come up to the microphone and be sworn, and we'll give each of you 3 minutes to address the governing body.
My name is Tom Noble. I reside at 2255 Old Arroyo Chamisa Road. I solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth, the whole, and nothing but the truth, and do this under penalties of perjury. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, let me change that a little bit, maybe a little better. All right. I appreciate Ms. Espinoza's presentation, but I'd like to point out that all that she's talking about can be done under the existing R1 zoning. There's nothing that requires or even asks you to change this to R2 for her to be able to provide for her family on an R1 lot with a guest house. And I submit that this proposal to rezone the property is actually more about her desire to reap financial benefits than it is actually about her family. And I'm here tonight, I guess, to defend R1 zoning. And I realize that's an uphill fight, that some people, perhaps even on this council tonight, think that R1 zoning is a thing of the past and we should do away with it. I'd like to tell a little bit of my story, which is that when I got my house 45 years ago, the house on 2255, there were no numbers like that. In fact, the road didn't even have a name. My wife was the one who got the road named Old Arroyo Chamisa Road. And by the way, it is Chamisa, not Chamiso, the way it's listed on a lot of the plats, because it's named for the plant, Chamisa plant. And Ike Pino, God bless him, called it Chamiso because he thought the O had to agree with Arroyo. So that's why on a lot of the maps and city stuff, you'll see Arroyo Chamiso, but it really is the plant, Arroyo Chamisa. Little piece of factoid there. Anyway, when I bought my house 45 years ago, my wife and I, it was a piece of work. And I could, if I could have afforded it, bought across the street in Soli Lomas. You've no doubt heard a lot about Soli Lomas as the poster child for protected R1 development. In other words, those lots cannot be split. They're an acre or better, and that's what it is. When I bought my property on the other side of the road, this was an older area, and I bought an old wreck of a house that I'm still working on 45 years later. My immediate neighbor to the west was John Tiano, who had more land and had given land to his son Tom and his son Dave. And I realized just the other day that I'm about the age that John Tiano was when I first met him. And he and I never, ever talked about possibly doing anything to have a protected zoning category. It never even occurred to us. And what's happened now is that the situation has flipped over, and that those of us who have been there the longest are now facing the possibility of losing the R1 zoning that we have all around us to the east, but not to the west. So I'd like to submit to you tonight that we need to protect the diversity of R1 zoning and not allow this to spread south of the Arroyo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we get her name into the microphone? We couldn't hear her at all.
Sorry. My name is Lee Lewin. I am the founder, the retired director, and a trustee of the Santa Fe Girls School. I am representing the Board of Trustees of the Girls School, which opposes this zoning. The Girls School has been at 310 West Zia, across Botel from 2339 for 20 years. In that span of time, we have witnessed house after house being built on Botel and have not seen any upgrades to the sewer line that runs down Botel to the corner of Zia and Botel. This is the corner where the girls' school is. We are the last and we are the lowest on that old sewer line. Our concern is that connecting yet another 4 units, which is probably what would happen, to this old sewer line will jeopardize our school and its students. If this upzoning goes through, our school community will be put at risk of being flooded by raw sewage. The Botel sewer line is quite small and has not been upgraded to accommodate all the new housing that it serves. So the Board of Trustees, I will repeat, opposes this rezoning because it sets the girls' school at risk of flooding by raw sewage. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I, Elise Noble, residing at street name only, Old Arroyo Chamisa Road, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. Mr. Mayor, councilors, I would like to I was going to make 4 brief comments, but I think I can cut it down a little bit because my husband covered the one of why we are in the unprotected zone where we bought on the cheap 45 years ago. I would like to mention very briefly that when you look up the address 2339 Batolf Road, the county assessor's website says there were no results found for 2339 Batolf Road. This does limit your ability to respond to the requested zoning. It took a while for me to figure that out. I would like particularly to address what Mr. Escabel cited as criterion number 6, which I see the same words in the rezoning approval criteria sections 14-3.5C. They say, unless the proposed change is consistent with applicable general plan policies, the Planning Commission and the governing body shall not recommend or approve any rezoning. Practical effect of which is to A, allow uses or a change in character significantly different from or inconsistent with the prevailing use and character in the area. B, affect an area of less than 2 acres unless adjusting boundaries between districts. Or C, benefit one or a few landowners at the expense of the surrounding landowners or general public. I believe that the proposed rezoning should not be approved because it A, allows a change in character significantly different from and inconsistent with the area's prevailing use and character. B, affects an area of less than 2 acres, and C, benefits one landowner at the expense of surrounding landowners. I believe a number of them, Mrs. Rubenstein, Judy Rubenstein, who is not well enough to come this evening, and Tom Tiano, who's been our neighbor for over 45 years, who also could not make it this evening, sent a petition about this, objecting to the rezoning. If the fact that an acre on the north side of the Arroyo was rezoned R2 many years ago means that the adjacent property at 2339 Batolf merits rezoning to R2, the logical next step is to allow R2 zoning to continue to all properties that are new, that the newly or any newly rezoned R2 property touches. Or someone I was explaining the situation to quickly said, I'll be brief, said basically the whole continent, maybe not the continent, but where does it end? Should this logic also extend to adjusting boundaries, which is the words that I picked up were very important that Mr. Escabel mentioned, to allow rezoning parcels to R10, as in the previous Las Solares case? Question is, if you follow this logic, does it ever end? Is there any point to any zoning at all in this city? Thank you.
Thank you.
I, Stephen Farber, residing on Botolph Road to the south of Tom Tiano property, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury. I have a request first, and Mr. Mayor, since you were going to give the applicant 15 minutes, may I have 3 minutes to talk about procedural issues and defaults and objections that we have, and then 3 minutes to talk about and rebut the case that is trying to be made that this is inappropriate rezoning.
Sir, I think you should use your 3 minutes to make your case about why this is not an appropriate zoning matter.
Well, then I would like to refer the members of the governing body to the public comments that appear. I think it's item 20D that only to the public showed up right around 5 o'clock this afternoon. About 300 pages. There's motions that were filed at the Planning Commission. There's data, there's information, there's descriptive reasons about the procedural defaults. And I incorporate all of those public comments that I made and that others made in opposition as a part of this record. because it has been a difficult process and an unfair process. And I would like to be able to cross-examine, but I've been told by Ms. Fagali that I'm not a party and therefore not allowed to cross-examine. This property, 2339 Botoff Road, is surrounded by people who are protesting the rezoning on the east, on the south, and on the west. On the north is the Arroyo de los Chamisos, a wide arroyo. It goes all the way up into the mountains and goes down through the city. That is a natural boundary line. This is not an issue of NIMBYism. All of the property that is to the east, to the south, and to the west is R1. R2 property across the arroyo was done 20 years ago by a woman who was hoping to keep the property, split it, sell it, and stay on it, but that didn't happen. That's the only basis that allows this rezoning to go forward. This rezoning of the property right at the corner of Z and Botoff Roads, which many of you are familiar with. You're driving south on Botoff Road. It's right on the left, right at Zia and Botoff, right across the street from the girls' school. So it's totally surrounded by R1 land to the east, to the south, and to the west. Splitting the property to allow more dwelling units will change the nature and character of the area. It will not create a community benefit. We've provided information. They're in the public comments. This property was bought for $100. It was a part of the Tiano, Mr. John Tiano estate. And Mr. Tom Tiano was 85 years old. It would be hard to expect that he would come down tonight, but there are letters from him opposing this and explaining his reasons why, letters from Mrs. Rubenstein, who's going to have increased traffic through her property if this rezoning goes through, because her only access is through 2339. What they're talking about is that they could build a house of any size on one of the lots with an accessory guest unit up to 1,500 square foot, and then another house of any size with another accessory guest unit of up to 1,500 square feet. And as Mr. Noble said, all of that, what Ms. Espinosa wants to accomplish, could be accomplished using a family compound on that lot. In the materials, you will see, we got the MLS listing. This house was, this property was bought for $155,000. It was put on the market for $325,000. That's a beautiful, rare 1.4 with country feeling, but within Santa Fe city limits. So this is not a family purchase price. It was made to make a profit. And it will, the reason people feel so strongly about this is that will change the nature and character of the area. Santa Fe is not a one size fit all for everybody. When I was on the council and even today, there are semi-rural areas within the city limits. There are urban type areas within the city limits. There's nothing that says that there can't be semi-rural type feel within the city limits of Santa Fe. And what we're asking is that you maintain the R1 zoning that exists completely around this property, except to the north, which is again separated by the Arroyo de los Chamisos. And thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to be sworn at this time and testify? Yeah, please step up. And Madam Clerk, do we have Zoom people? Okay, we'll take everybody in the room before we go to the Zoom.
I, Roxanne Yoakum, reside at 119 Tuner Street, Los Alamos. Solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalty of perjury. Roxanne Yoakum.
Could you say it into the mic because the rest of us couldn't hear it?
Yes, Roxanne Yoakum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Roxanne. I'm Shelly Espinosa's daughter. I've been at these hearings trying to support my mom, and I know it's kind of intimidating for her and for me to be here talking amongst all of you today. And I don't quite understand. I feel sorry. I'm sorry for the people that live in the surrounding area that this is intimidating or this might be scary for them. They've been here for 40 or so years, and one side of the arroyo allows the R2 and one side of the arroyo doesn't. And unfortunately, she bought land on the wrong side of the arroyo, it sounds like, and has been encouraged to stop this rezoning, which is, anyway, it's disheartening. My mom has always worked hard for myself and my siblings and her grandchildren to provide as a single mother since we were small children. And this part of this rezoning that she's trying to accomplish is part of under her same agenda, trying to accomplish that for herself and for us. And to be able to continue to thrive in Santa Fe and be active members of this community. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we have someone in the Zoom room at this time.
Yes, Mayor, Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie Beninato.
Stephanie, I need to swear you in, so you repeat after me, although, do you want to turn on your camera? It's okay.
Yeah.
It's fine. Do you want to, I state your name,
I, Stephanie Beninato,
residing
residing in District 2.
solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have in reference to this, I'll just read it and then you confirm. Solemnly declare, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you have in reference to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you. I want to say that I think that it's good that the Espinosas have come forward on their own to make this application. And I can see that there are layers of bureaucracy that they have had to go through. I understand their desire to make this change, and I see the logic of their argument. I think the question may hinge on whether the arroyo acts in a similar way as a street does. Because if a street is separating one zone from another, then they're actually not touching, and therefore that criterion is not met. And given the size of the lot and that it really is benefiting one family, it would have a lot to contend against. And I do understand the neighbors' desire too to try to continue having that kind of openness and expecting it after so many years, even though it does speak against density and making more housing available. So it'll be, I think, a hard decision, and good luck.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room or on the Zoom who needs to be sworn so they can testify at this time? No? In that case, I will turn to the governing body for questions, and just please raise your hand and I will recognize you. Councilor Michael Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this is for staff, it might be. Mr. Farber mentioned that there was 300 pages of documents. I don't recall seeing them. I'm looking in Prime Gov right now. Can you tell me what the title, or can staff tell me what the title is?
Or Prime
For the documents that Mr. Farber said he submitted. I'm seeing 8 entries.
I think the city clerk has an answer.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, they are loaded. They are, hold on, let me pull up the screenshot on this.
Mayor and City Clerk, we also received them by email this afternoon.
You did receive them from General Lynn sent them out, as she does all public comment. And then it is listed under the item as comment report.
Okay. So they're not in the packet though. My question is.
They are in the packet.
Okay, what is the title? Just because.
Item 20 comment report 2969-1.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That way.
They were uploaded in the packet and they were distributed to governing body by Geraldine this afternoon. she distributes public comment to all governing body members once it's received and compiled.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that. I guess my next question is for Ms. Espinosa.
You might want to adjust the mic. Yeah, thank you.
Hello, good evening, Ms. Espinosa. Question just because there's been a lot of inference, I guess, in regards to the utilization of the property, and I just want to maybe clear some error in regards to the intended use, because it was stated that you can, what you're hoping to achieve with the property could be performed under the current allowabilities. And so if maybe you can expand on what the current allowabilities allow you to do and what rezone would allow you to do, or if that's part of what you're seeking. So.
Okay. Without this rezone, I would not be able to do a lot split. And so, of course, if I'm going to be able to share this with my daughter or my family, for them to be able to build on it, we need to get construction loans. We're not, multimillionaires. We're just average people trying to build a house. So without that ability to be able to use that piece of property as collateral for a construction loan, that needs to be two separate lots to be able to do that. I don't see how we can build a compound on, without being able to split the lot.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Espinosa. I think that's the only question I had for you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Then the last question is for staff, and I don't know if Mr. Esquivel, you'd be the appropriate person, or maybe somebody from public utilities, but it was mentioned during public testimony that and additional housing would create a challenge with raw sewage infiltrating a current property owner's facility. I guess I would like to look into, is that an option? Is that, is there a big difference if it was one house, two house, three house, four house? Is there a threshold where that would happen, I guess?
Just give me a second to log in here. So,
Make sure you're in front of the mic, please.
Mayor, members of the governing body, and Councilor Garcia, that question was presented at the Planning Commission, and for some reason it is not showing up when I why it's not showing up. The IT can help. But anyways, on March 2022, Stan Holland provided his comments to the Planning Commission. They are in your packet. I think they're kind of mixed up. I don't know how that happened. But it's in the Planning Commission comments, and there was a condition of approval, and that it is add a note to the plat that the property owner and First City Code shall contact the City of Santa Fe Wastewater Division for a technical sewer evaluation prior to any development or improvement of the individual lots. Add a note to the plat that the individual lots are required to connect to the city public low pressure sewer system utilizing the E1 simplex or duplex sewer lift station or approved equal when the property is developed or improved. So originally, when we discussed this issue, I did get that same email from the neighbors, and I shipped it off to our sewer department, and it was evaluated and calculated. And I was advised by Stan that he was going to allow it, but that because it's on a first come, first served basis, and that there was capacity to handle this particular project. And therefore, these conditions were put in place in order to address those issues. And again, those are in your packet. They would be in the Planning Commission packet, Exhibit C, and then you would have to locate attachment B2, and you'll see the DRT comment from our wastewater division, Stan Holland.
Did you want a little IT support, sir? Counselor Garcia, did you want to go on?
That's all the questions I had, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
And this is the,
Dan, you have the floor, sir. Go ahead.
as you can see, there is this is the comments from our wastewater division. So it isn't a denial of the application or the request.
Mayor, can you have him scroll up so we can read the bottom?
Roll up a little bit to read the rest of that note, please. Up, down, other way. There you go. Down, not up. Excuse me. So whoop, too far. Stop in the name of love. There we go. We just want to read the conditions of approval 1 and 2. You want to read it out loud, Dan?
Sure. Add a note to the plat that the property owner has, per city code, shall contact the city of Santa Fe wastewater division for a technical sewer evaluation prior to any development or improvement of the individual lots. Number 2, add a note to the plat to the individual lots are required to connect to the city's public low pressure sewer system utilizing the E1 simplex and duplex sewer lift station or approved equal when the property is developed or improved. And that is to be done prior to sign off of any plat. So when the applicant comes in for a survey plat, this condition will trigger the staff who's reviewing that plat to send it off to the wastewater division for further evaluation.
Counselor Garcia, all good?
Yeah, I think I'm good. I just, yeah, I'll give my next, I got a comment, so no question.
Okay. Other questions at this time? Counselor Romero Worth.
Mr. Escobar, do you have a map of the area with the arroyo and this question of zoning and where you got R1 and where there's R2? I'm not sure I'm following that.
I actually stuck it on the,
And maybe we have it. What I'm seeing isn't showing me this arroyo issue. I mean, I know where the arroyo is, but
so the way chapter 14 works when it comes to zoning, zoning is required to follow the property lines. And that's how when we zone properties, we make sure that the boundary lines follow the individual property lines as opposed to an arroyo or a street. And that's how it's written into chapter 14. So the property lines are adjacent to one another and therefore they can adjust the boundary between the two property lines.
yeah, and I don't quite understand that. So it is 1.4 acres.
Or 1 acre. Yeah.
1. And because you can move the property lines or the district lines, is that what, I mean, is that what we mean, property lines?
Yeah, so
It's okay, and I don't quite get that. Can you, just spoon feed me here? I don't quite understand this.
so when you look at this area here, and I know this is kind of hard to see, and I don't think, let me see if I can get to a subtitle, camera help, and
Yeah, and see, this map doesn't really show the arroyo, so I'm not sure what boundary or what property lines or what district lines are being moved that makes this okay.
so this is the property right here. This is the boundary between these two lots and the subject property right here. The arroyo is going to run along this area right above this property line. So it's not actually on this property, it's on these two properties just north.
Okay.
So what they're doing is they're taking this zone district and they're extending it down to incorporate the property. Chapter 14 allows for the adjustment of adjacent districts to incorporate adjacent lands, whether they meet the 2-acre minimum or are less than the 2-acre minimum. Where they cannot is if they are less than 2 acres and they are, let's say they're surrounded by an R1 district, you got 1.41 acres and they want to go to an R2 and there's no adjoining district that can help them, then that would be spot zoning and we would not be able to rezone them. They wouldn't even qualify.
Mayor, can I hear from Mr. Barber on this point?
You have the floor.
You
I'm
have to
sorry,
come
you're
to
gonna
the
have to come
podium.
to the microphone so it gets into the record, sir.
And can I have the map back? Whoever turned.
Dan, just one sec. Dan, can we get the map back up before Councilor Romero Worth continues with the discussion with Mr. Farber?
Sorry, Dan. I'm a visual person. Yeah.
There we go.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, now I think she has a question for you.
Yes, so, or, yeah, you.
Aerial view that was shown initially. I think overlay, we're looking down on it. You see the R1 zoning where there's just this one piece of R2 property that was zoned 20 years ago. And that's the basis. It's on the north side of the Arroyo. So if you can get back to that aerial view, no, the thing that said aerial view, not this map, because this is confusing. But that shows it. And in the materials that I submitted, there are maps that show the R1 with the Arroyo. There are photographs that show the relationship of everything. This is very, very confusing what you're looking at right now. So
On what page of your 350?
well, no,
I think Dan, can you get to the photo, the aerial photo that you had up previously?
Mayor,
This is-
if you'd like, I can just bring up our GIS mapping system. So I have a little bit.
That would be awesome. Thank
You
you.
can do that. That would perhaps be the best solution. Yeah.
materials that I sent were not page numbers.
Yeah, I'm getting that. That's okay. We'll find something to look at here.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go.
And let me
Cooking with solar.
be bring this in. And
Yeah, I don't like that view though. I like it when you can, I don't like the boxes. Yeah, we like the overlay. There we go. Wow.
Mr. Escobar.
There we go. High tech.
okay, so
So explain this to me with this visual. So where is it that was,
this
that's
is the-
R2 that's driving the ability for this one to be R2?
so this is the northern lot, which is zoned R2.
And the north, that's not the subject property.
The north is not the subject property.
Okay,
What's the subject property is this bigger piece with the blue square around.
okay.
Just so I can take this out. Might be better if I come home.
Yeah, I love that. You need a pointer.
So this area up here is zoned R2 and it comes up and goes out this way.
Uh,
This is the subject property. They're taking this district and they're bringing it down to incorporate this piece of property. This is allowed per chapter 14. However, rezoning is a discretionary item on the governing body. It is not a right. But if the governing body finds they met the criteria and they're in line with that idea, then this would then just move down and the ordinance would set this as an R2 district within this district.
And the effect of the Arroyo is what? Nothing.
There's nothing in the Arroyo. This is a flood zone. It actually comes down and just barely cuts into this property here, but it's not a boundary that we use for zoning criteria. The code requires us to locate zoning along property lines. So we would bring this zoning so that it would stop right along this property line, along this edge, along this edge as it moves down further. We would not make it half or half. There are some properties that are unfortunate that have dual zoning and we have to deal with that, but this one we would make clean per ordinance requirements.
And what is being moved that makes the less than 2 acres okay?
What do you mean?
You said there were the criteria that if it's less than 2 acres, you can move as long as you're moving some sort of line, it makes it all right.
So this property right here is 1.41 acres.
Mhm.
In order to zone property, both the general plan and chapter 14 require you to have a minimum of 2 acres. You cannot zone anything less than 2 acres unless you are adjusting between districts. So this is an R1 district. This is an R2 district. We are adjusting the R2 district down to incorporate this property. So that is allowed for chapter 14. You're basically extending the edge of this boundary to the bottom of the property line to include this in the R2 district.
And what is the effect of that to the other properties long term? It basically means that you can, I guess this was.
I'm not sure I understand.
So the point is that you could, if the next property owner wants to upzone, then they can, because they're now, if this is allowed, they're now adjacent to R2. So
That is correct.
there's a rolling effect.
You can do that, and that happens quite often.
And that's the argument of the neighbors, is that Soli Lomas only doesn't have this because their covenants don't allow for anything other than R1. And this will be the door to opening up more for the folks outside of Soli Lomas. As I understand this.
Well, that is correct.
Yeah, okay. Helpful. Sewer, I had a question on, but we already asked that. There is no restriction on the size of the house. ADUs, there's a restriction, but the size of the primary house.
Madam Chair, Mayor,
Counselor.
Romero Worth, members of the governing body. Chapter 14 regulates residential districts based on a lot coverage. So a person could have, they can go up to 40% with open space, 50% in an R2 district. But then that would be it in terms of rooftop areas.
Right. And this idea that we heard that the applicant could take care of their family needs by not under the current zoning. I guess that just means they could build a guest house or an ADU. It doesn't mean that.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilor Worth, I'm not quite sure what they were inferring. The applicant did correctly identify the differences. With a rezoning and the ability to divide the property, you do get the ability to have fee simple ownership. You do get to go to the bank and borrow against that simple ownership. However, you could also do that if the zoning allowed for it. You could create a dwelling unit without creating a lot split and do a condominium. Condominiums are a little bit harder to finance, but you would still need the R2 zoning in order to establish 2 dwelling units as opposed to just a house and a guest house. A guest house would not allow you that piece of ownership because we only allow 1 dwelling unit per R1 district and 1 guest house. The guest house is issued as an accessory structure or an accessory dwelling unit, which is an accessory structure to the primary unit. Therefore, you would not be able to condo it. We would never issue a certificate of density to allow for that condominium of a house and guest house.
And there isn't currently a structure on this property.
Property is currently vacant.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Cassidy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, can you pull up the GIS again? It's really a lot of fun. You ever just play with? I do. I play with the GIS map on a regular basis because it's a lot of fun. That was all. All right. So regarding this concern around, call it zoning creep, can you show me which lots are still vacant in this area?
Unfortunately, our GIS only has the 2019 aerials. I would have to pull up another map, which I don't have access to right now. And that would be 2022. I don't know what would be available as a current feature.
It looks like the neighbors may know if you'd like to come on down and we could show me on the map. You need, you grab.
You're gonna need a mic.
To my knowledge, this is the girls' school, 310 West Zero Road. This is Winchester's live here. This is the Tom Tiano property that goes down Botop Road. It's south of the Arroyo. This is all vacant land here. About 3 acres of vacant land owned by, you could go out for it. So Mr. Tiano lives right here. This is my property, which actually on the future land use map shows 3 to 7 or something, which is somehow makes no sense. All this other land is R1 land, but it's just one house on each of these particular parcels. So in terms of the just vacant land, that's the one that I'm absolutely sure of. There are vacant areas here where things are not built. You can see it's mainly a rural, semi-rural area.
I'm quite familiar with it. Grew up there. No, I was just saying, I'm very familiar with the feel of the land because I grew up there.
So I'm absolutely positive about that. But you see that most of the land is vacant as such. Maybe not.
Okay. Right. Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. And then where's the line?
Oh, wait a minute. We have another comment from staff. If you give them back the microphone, sir. They need the mic. Okay, take the mic.
Exciting.
Thank you.
Heather has the most recent, at least up to 2022. So that'll give us a better idea if you want.
Want to plug in?
And then also I am interested where the line for Soli Lomas begins, because that does prevent any zone creep. Yeah. Maybe. And Dan, do you know where Soli Lomas begins?
I'll have to go back to our cities.
So right on Arroyo Mesa. I got it. It's the purple, yes.
So this is the property right here where I don't know if you can see the mouse.
Yep.
And then the purple is where Soli Lomas is.
Thank you. Mhm. Thank you. I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you, Counselor. Other questions? Counselor Lee Garcia, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. There was one of the criterion, Mr. Esquivel, that you said staff did not agree with. I just kind of wanted to get a recap of that one more time. And I believe it was under criterion.
It was the first criteria, item
criteria.
2.
Item 2. And so can you go over that one more time?
So over that particular criteria, they only have to meet one. It's an option, 1, 2, or 3. They did try and address that. However, when I did my analysis, I found that the changes to that area were so slow that I could not look at that change as a consistent pattern of an alteration that would allow for a change in zoning. It's just so slow to move in any kind of direction one way or another. There hasn't been any changes to that area theoretically, except for maybe one zoning further north on the Bolthoff Road, which is a subdivision which came before this body on I believe under an appeal. It was fairly contested.
Thank you. And however, it does still meet the criteria because only one of the criterion must be met. Is that correct?
That's right. On that particular item, they have 3 options and only one is needed to support that particular criteria.
And they did meet one of the 3.
They met item 3.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Counselor Cassie, you have a revisited question? Go ahead.
Yes. Can we actually, I just want to confirm, future land use map has this one as both R1 through 3. So what's that? Very low density residential is what that category is.
Yes.
And then, but it also has it as part of the infill zone.
Yes.
Don't those contradict each other a little bit? Because the infill zone, wasn't it supposed to be like at least R5, probably R7, or is that just a suggestion?
Well, you're looking at a very large area of that infill map.
Okay.
It incorporates quite a bit. So if you look at that whole property collectively, you're looking at a very large area that would be included within that infill map.
Okay. So really paying attention a little bit more to the future land use map, get to the more nitty gritty. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from this side of the house? Mr. Escobar, I want to take up an item that was raised about the question of will this change the character of the neighborhood? It seems to be a recurring theme. The Planning Commission findings of fact says that it will still maintain the residential character of the neighborhood, but the neighbors are concerned that it'll change the character of the neighborhood. I would be interested in your comments about the question of changing character. You being sworn in? I'm looking for his opinion.
I, Daniel A. Escobar, reside in our Fair Street, solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony I have referenced to this item shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, and do this under the penalties of perjury.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, members of the governing body, that is a very subjective question. And in my view, professional view, I did not see that the addition of a second house is going to alter the character. I did analyze that entire area, which again, Mr. Farber did not agree with that particular analysis. He felt it should have been a little bit less and more condensed. But I evaluated that entire area from Old Pecos Trail to St. Mike's to St. Francis Drive to Rodeo Road. It just fit into that whole thing. I calculated every lot based on the subdivision criterias that I found, and I averaged all of those densities to figure out what that average density in that area was, and it came out to R2. So based on that evaluation, I felt that there was no change in character for that area as it was looked at.
Can I ask you another question, sir? If you could go back to where Councilor Merriworth was asking about contiguous zone districts. I just have a fact question. If you can get back into the property in question and the immediate surrounding area. Well, I like the other picture better, but what you got to do. I like what will always be referred to from now on as the Romero Worth picture. There you go. Thank you. So we're focusing on the property that's being discussed now. If you take your cursor directly to the adjacent property to the right, not across, yeah, there you go. Now it borders in the upper left-hand corner of that property with the R2 district.
That is correct.
This is purely hypothetical, and it's probably a bad idea to ask hypothetical questions, but I'm trying to get at Councilor Romero Worth's question about under what circumstances a district can be extended. With whatever happens tonight with the property in question, could the landowner of the property to the right make the case that they are also contiguous to the R2 district as it currently stands?
Yes.
They could. That's unrelated to what we do with the property in question. Simply because it's contiguous now, it is also accorded the same zoning option.
That's correct.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Esquivel, in your evaluation of the neighborhood, since we're being told a lot of these are R1, how many of them do you know had guest houses or accessory dwelling units?
That I did not calculate. I know that Stan did a fair calculation of that as he calculated all of that area, because it is a small line that the city owns in that area, and there is concern for that line based on our discussions. But again, it is based on a first come, first served basis, and at some point in time, it is going to be full.
Okay, but your analysis didn't look at ADUs or guest homes.
I did not.
I imagine they want to do the split, because if you had a house with a guest home or an ADU and you had multiple kids and wanted to give one house to one and one house to the other, you couldn't do it without a lot split.
That's right.
All right, that's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Other questions for witnesses or applicant or staff? All right, I will at that, in that, yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll move to approve case 2022-4942 2339 Butolph Road rezoning, adopting bill 2023-16 and request proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law reflecting the governing body's decision.
Second.
There is a motion and there is a second. We're open to discussion and deliberation by any governing body member at this time. Councilor Cassett.
Thank you. I do think that this is an interesting case, and a lot of the things we've been talking about in terms of the equitable increase of housing in the city and kind of what our different options are. And I really just want to bring this to the attention of both, the governing body as we're thinking about this, as we move through some big updates to land use, as well as members of the public. But we've often talked about, what is the alternative for the large apartment buildings, the large developments that we really are seeing, especially on the south side. And I do think starting to talk about these gentle density projects is going to be something that we're really going to have to be thinking about as another way to infuse more housing and increase affordability in other parts of the city. So I do think that this is a really important case just in general for us to be thinking about of what this starts to look like and what some of the housing decisions, the larger decisions that we will be having to make regarding some of the set policy. So I just did want to state that because I think that that's a larger conversation we're having with the community that we'll talk about in communications from the governing body. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments about the motion on the floor? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Counselor Chavez? Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
No.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Marworth?
Doesn't work, sorry.
You want a minute? I can come back. Okay. Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Counselor Marworth?
Yes.
Motion has been
Motion is
approved.
carried. Thank you all for your participation and for being so patient with us tonight. Madam Clerk, what's the next item on the agenda?
Uh, 1 second, Mayor. Sorry about that. I too moved into my packet material for a quick moment. And now we're going to
Would
appointment.
you like some help?
No, my computer's just loading because I have 17 windows.
We're ready to go to matters from the city manager.
We're, actually, Mayor, we're going to appointments and then.
Good point. I skipped over.
Yes, yes, you did. And I have it up. I'm just making sure. Yes, so the next item on the agenda is appointments, and item 21A is an appointment to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And the member is Dan Painter, appointment representing District 4 with a term expiring in June of 2025.
Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there discussion of Mr. Painter's appointment? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Sure. Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia, Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera, Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez, Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
And 21B?
Is the appointment of Andrew Lovato as the Chair of the Arts Commission with a term expiring in October of 2023.
Their motion?
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there discussion of Mr. Lovato's appointment as the Chair of the Arts Commission? Please call the roll.
I do just want to confirm on that. I have Counselor Lindell with the motion and Councilwoman Villarreal.
Correct.
Second, perfect. Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera, Counselor Marworth,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Great. Let's go back to where we recently were in the not too distant past, which I believe is item number 11.
Yes, Mayor. Item number 11 is matters from the city manager.
Mr. Blair, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, how are you all doing tonight? I didn't think we'd get to me till about 12:30, so this is exciting. First of all, a couple quick things. We were not responsible for the planning of the literary festival a few weeks ago, but it was a huge success. Our convention center team did a great job. There's so many city assets involved in that. That was a big deal. And we're grateful for everyone in the city who helped with that. Bicentennial Pool is now open, which is very exciting. I think opening day was yesterday. The top pool has something going on this week and it should open up later this week. I want to thank everybody, our law enforcement team and our firefighters who participated in the Special Olympics torch run a few weeks ago since we last met. And I want to pay a special thank you to everyone who's been a part of our annexation team. City Attorney Rick Sherry, Land Use Director Kluk, Deputy Director Heather Lamboy, Pat Bagale from the City Attorney's team. We actually had our archaeologist Paul Duran participate. And many of us testified last night at the county's most recent annexation meeting. And I'm just really proud of the way in which our team has acted, the real professionalism of everyone and what they said, how they said it and what we did. And just really proud to be a part of the Team Santa Fe. Some of you were able to attend last week. We had a law enforcement graduation. As a result, the city of Santa Fe has 6 new young police officers who are joining our team, which is great. Yesterday, Wednesday, we had a graduation for our fire cadets, class 35. We now have 10 new firefighters who are joining the force, which is really great as well. And flagging for you all that Juneteenth is a city holiday this year. So June 19th, city offices will be closed. We'll meet again the week before that, but just want to sort of make sure that's in the back of your head right now. We will have a number of Pride activities coming up for LGBTQ Pride Month in June. We're going to actually plan to hold a staff happy hour for LGBTQ plus staff and any allies who want to join. The parade will be on June 24th, and I think we'll have a big turnout like last year. We're going to get some shirts ordered. We're working with our friends at FS2 to get a shirt designed for us that everyone who's in the parade can wear and be a part of that. And I think we have scheduled June 16th. I let the clerk say the right date for the 12th. June 12th will be the date that we do the flag raising in front of City Hall and read a proclamation. So we're going to work on that. The last thing I want to talk about tonight is the newspaper today. There was a column in the newspaper today about an alleged incident of fraud that you all were made aware of a few weeks ago. And as has been mentioned to the columnist, and as you all know as well, we are, the alleged incident is under investigation right now. That was frustrating for the columnist who wrote about it. And I guess for me, the thing I sort of wanted to mention is that my frustration with the column is that it's presented to the public as news. And it's not. Mr. Simonich, who writes the column, is a columnist. He is an editorializer. He is characterizing his view of what has happened. And my frustration with that is that we didn't get an objective news story about the alleged incident that happened at Santa Fe. If we had an objective news story about it, it would have included information like the fact that this is a pervasive problem all across the world, all across New Mexico, that there are multiple other cities in New Mexico who've been the victim of various kinds of fraud or cyber attacks, other county government, state government. An objective news story would have probably involved at least a little bit of research. You know, I did a quick Google search last night during the commission meeting. There was an AP story from January 22 that said that the FBI's 2020 annual report on cyber attacks provided about $4.1 billion in damages that year. The alleged attack here, as noted in the paper, was $35,000. And I'm not trying to suggest that that's nothing. We take attacks like this very seriously. If it, as you know, our police department is looking into the alleged attack right now. And when we have a result, we'll have more information about what has happened. But it was frustrating for me because I recognize that it's high sport in Santa Fe to hate on city government. And to me, this seemed an unnecessary swing at the city. The columnist chose to tie this fraud attack against us to our audit, as if to suggest that because our audit is late, clearly we were not paying attention and the city's at fault for this, and it's a horrible thing. It's a bad thing for sure, but I don't think our audit had anything to do with the $4.1 billion in damages worldwide. This is something that's happening regularly. So I really wanted to tonight in front of you just to suggest, not to suggest, but just to say how frustrated I am by the way in which this was being reported, to convey to you how serious in which we take the situation and will work to mitigate that this not happen again. But that some additional context, some additional benefit of the doubt to not just me or our finance director, but to all the city staff, that we are working very hard, we're working very creatively, and we're trying to do the best for the people in the city of Santa Fe. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I believe next we go to matters from the city attorney.
Mayor,
Yes.
if we're going to executive session, would it be easier to do the rest of the agenda now, go to executive session and then come back?
I believe it would, Counselor. Can we
I
get a
would-
motion to that?
I would move to do that.
Second.
Sorry, Madam City Attorney. Didn't mean to steal your thunder.
We have a motion to rearrange our agenda so that we take up everything after the executive session, finish that business before we go back to the city attorney. Is there a second? There was a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll? Please.
Counselor Landau.
Yes.
Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Counselor Cassett.
Yes.
Counselor Chavez.
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia. Counselor Michael Garcia.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Very good. Then we'll go directly to matters from you, Madam City Clerk.
All right, a few quick items. One is the election. We're obviously very excited at the response of interested individuals. We're still getting inquiries, so I do want to remind everybody there is still time. If you're interested, please contact our office, which is really exciting. And I will again plug our online portal. We have a lot of residents that are starting to use it. But also I want to thank all of our candidates. We know that we're working through this for the very first time. We know there are glitches that we're still working through, but we get lots of questions. We're able to make lots of corrections and fixes and additions and all of the things. But I just really appreciate everyone's support, especially our candidates, as we try this very new item. And I will say that I was recently at a conference in Minneapolis, and this really is on the forefront. Other clerks from across the country were flabbergasted that we do this. They were impressed. I talked to a series of clerks after each session about this. And so it was really exciting to recognize that we're one of the few that do this. And the Secretary of State's office actually has also reached out to consult us about this process because they are looking forward to implementing it. So it is something I'm obviously proud of, but I just think it's really neat to hear the convenience that it's been for our candidates and our residents to participate in our local election. So that is my plug for that. I also just want to thank my staff and also thank IT and Regina from Public Works. We had a great community engagement meeting last night on the West Alameda project. And so just want to again recognize staff and constituents that participated. And lastly, I know I've mentioned this before, but I'm so very excited about it. We kick off our free summer movie in the park series. And Friday night is our first event. As I've mentioned before, we're doing 2 movies each night this year, which we're really excited about. A more kid-friendly movie that'll start at 6, and then a movie focused more for teens and adults starting at 8 p.m. We have free drink refreshments sponsored by Coca-Cola. And then we also have treats like cotton candy and gummies and a bunch of other handouts for anyone that attends. Attendees who arrive by bike can also pick up a free bike light, a courtesy of our MPO. And then, of course, staff will be on hand to provide information about ongoing events throughout the summer. If anyone's interested, The Incredibles is the movie we're showing at 6, and Top Gun Maverick is the movie we're showing at 8. These are both at Swan Park. And yeah, super excited about that. Also look for a postcard in your mailbox about how you can connect with the city of Santa Fe.
Thank you. Let's do communications from the governing body and just go down the line. I will start with you, Councillor Lee Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much. I did want to mention I was in attendance at the tribute to the fallen officers memorial, as were a few of you all here. And it was very moving, a very moving ceremony and an honor to be there to witness the unveiling of the 7 officers or 7 public safety members that were memorialized and added to the wall at Department of Public Safety. So love goes out to their families, love goes out to the community and everybody that was in attendance. So it was a very good time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Lee Garcia, for bringing up that event. It was a very moving event and a very tough one to sit through, especially since we were remembering one of our own. And so I do want to thank our police department that was there, and it was really, as Chief Joy put when he went to DC, he said it's something that he never hopes to have to do again, but that it was really beautiful. So do appreciate that. So thank you. I also wanted to mention, as Councilor Romero-Worth and I have been discussing the Livability Speaker Series. The next one is going to be on Thursday, June 8th at 6 p.m. It'll be featuring Rick Jacobus for a discussion about, can we build our way out of the housing crisis? So very relevant to many of the discussions that we've been having this evening. So again, that's Thursday, June 8th at the Violet Crown. And you can register. It is a little limited number of tickets, but I believe this one will also be live streamed. So people will be able to watch it even if it does sell out. So I hope that members of the public can join us for these conversations, because they really are coming up a lot. It's really important. It's really, really complex issues, as we have explored in detail today. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Romero-Worth.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have much. My schedule didn't allow me to go to the memorial, but I have attended both the graduation for the Law Enforcement Academy, where the city took on 6 new officers. That was very exciting. And then also 10, I believe, firefighters. And that graduation was at the convention center. And, in the spirit of this time of year, the season of celebration and graduations, that was fun to be adding to the city family. So enjoyed both of those. And just also echo, please join these conversations. I think they're going to be helpful in providing information about the very root of the things we're struggling with as a city, and how we what we need to understand about how we address our affordable housing crisis, and what kinds of things we're going to need to think about, and how are we going to hold all the values that we have for this community as we try to move forward in providing housing for the people who are part of the community. So again, want to plug that, and please join us. Thank you.
You, Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. Not too much today to discuss or throw out to the wind, but it is Pride Month starting tomorrow, or actually in an hour and a half. Meet you on the plaza, everybody, hour and a half. So it was, just remember, Pride wasn't born out of celebrating being gay, but born out of our right to exist. And I think it's important to remember that. I hope we have a lot of fun with it. I hope that we stay safe. And I know that we have some great activities coming up during the month. Thank you, City Manager Blair, for working on some activities and putting some things together for all of us. It's important. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
I have nothing this evening. Thank you.
Counselor Garcia, sir.
Just want to say big kudos to everybody involved with Bike Month. There's lots of events, lots of fun. I had the opportunity to see you on Saturday, Mayor Weber. I think you were a little jealous of the bike tattoo I got on.
You got a heck of a bike tattoo, sir.
But it was a lot of fun for folks and moves our city needle in the direction of being a more bike friendly city, more pedestrian friendly city. And it's great to see folks out and look forward to you getting the bike tattoo next year.
Thank you. I will do my best. Counselor Rivera.
In this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Counselor Chavez.
I have nothing this evening. Thanks.
Okay, I will be brief, but there's so much to talk about. I will edit myself. First, a wonderful announcement. The city of Santa Fe has 14 Santa Fe Public School interns this summer, working to do development work with our young students, give them a chance to see work and pay opportunity. I want to commend 9-year-old Asea Chavez, who saved his 2 younger siblings, his 2-year-old brother JJ and 7-month-old sister Armani from a house fire. It was front page news. It was a real act of heroism. And I want to tip my hat to that young man. The NAMI Mental Health Walk, another stride toward mental health in Santa Fe. The Literary Festival that Mr. Blair mentioned was a superb event. I had the great honor of speaking briefly to welcome people, and it was a convention center full house. Skate Fest Santa Fe. I stopped by the GCCC to watch young people who are, in many cases, Olympic material, doing this skating on our wonderful rink. The Century Bike Race and Half Century started at the rail yard. Phenomenal. And as Councilor Garcia mentioned, the Bike Month event was a whole lot of fun. Something that was really powerful was with the city manager stopping by at Fire Station 5 for something called the Murph event. This is a really remarkable testimony to fitness and commitment to well-being. Probably a dozen of our firefighters put on 20-pound jackets, ran a mile, did 100 pull-ups, 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and then ran another mile, and did it to raise money in honor of a lieutenant who lost his life, saving the lives of other of our service people. And to see our firefighters suit up and take it on, having been up all night, many of them at 12 or 13 different calls that night, they just weighed above the call of duty and really remarkable. One last thing that I was very proud and honored to do was to give the graduation address to the Desert Academy graduates at the Convention Center. And there's nothing more fun than watching young people get their high school diplomas and their families give them large cheers, and their school personnel having rooted for them to get across the finish line, just celebrate a great ceremony. And I'm sure my words will be heeded for the rest of their lives, or maybe not. But it was fun, and I got to say a few things. We quickly delve into the land of graduation cliche. That's all I got. Now we go back to the city attorney. And I would ask everyone as we go into executive session to please.
Introduction of legislation. Mayor.
Oh, I skipped it. Darn it. Item 16, introduction of legislation. Thank you, ma'am. You caught my miscue. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Got your back, Mayor. 16, introduction of legislation. Where item A is consideration of a bill number 2023-15. It's a bill amending SFCC 1987, section 2-4.6 to increase the city manager's non-pandemic contract approval authority to $200,000, amending section 11-13 to strike language regarding contract authority, and amending section 20-1.4 by removing the city manager's pandemic specific authority.
Right. Well, I think, yeah, Councilor Garcia.
Now's a good time that we ask you to gets to refer to other committees.
I think this is exactly the right time to do that.
Would request that it gets referred to Public Works and Utilities Committee.
Mayor Weber, councilors, I think Mayor Weber, you can either accept that or it could be voted upon as a motion.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, great. Yes. we can just do that.
I just in introducing this, I would just say this is, I think for many of us who don't want to see the agendas swell unnecessarily. We've been living with a $200,000 limit during the period of time of COVID. This would simply continue that. We'd still have the reporting, we'd still have the oversight, but it would perhaps make sure we don't unduly clutter the council agenda. But it'll go through all the steps and we'll see how council members feel about it. Councilor Lindell, you're a co-sponsor. I don't know if you want to say anything. She's good. Okay, that's it. It's introduced. Now we can go to the city attorney, and I would look at the clock and remind everybody it's 10:30 and we have an 11:30 deadline by which time we turn into a pumpkin.
Yep. Mayor Weber, councilors, just real briefly, I will be sending out some materials related to the special meeting that we are seeking to have next week about the Charter Commission recommendations and discussions. So look for that email. Please reach out if you have questions. Let's see. We have two of the interns that Mayor Weber mentioned. One is in our prosecutor's office. One is in the policy office for the summer. So look out for them. I did send out an announcement of our new assistant city attorney this week. She started on Tuesday. She'll be attending a meeting soon, so you can meet her in person. Her name is Rebecca Munkerman, and she has a variety of experiences, which we're excited to add to the team. Among them, she sits on the state public law board. And when I found out about that, I realized that we've got half of our team sitting on statewide boards. So I thought I'd alert everyone to that. Kyla is on the state prosecutor's board for the state bar. Marcos is on the state appellate practice board for the state bar. And as I mentioned, Rebecca is on the public law board, and I serve on the municipal league's attorneys board. So I thought that was important for everyone to know. Then I do recommend that we go into executive session to discuss two matters. One is the city of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, and the city of Santa Fe versus Purdue Pharma. And this is pursuant to section 1015(1) part H7, attorney-client privilege discussion of pending and threatened litigation in which the city is or may be a party under the Open Meetings Act.
Councilor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
May I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, section 10-15-1, H subpart 7 for discussion of threatened or pending litigation in which the governing body is or may become a participant.
There's
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera.
Yes.
Councilor Marworth.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Councilor Casa.
Yes.
Councilor Chavez. Councilor Lee Garcia.
Aye.
Councilor Mike Garcia.
Yes.
Councilor Lindell. Mayor Weber.
Yes.
We could go to exec.
Thank you, everybody. I'll see you in the conference. Are we still streaming, Madam Clerk? All right, in that case. I beg your pardon? Counselor Rivera, you ready to do your duty for God and country? No. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. To pursue the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1J, I move that the governing body reconvene in open session and state for the record that the matters discussed in the closed session were limited to those specified in the motion closure.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
My mic way over there. Counselor Cassett,
Yes.
Counselor Chavez,
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Counselor Lindell, Counselor Rivera.
Yes.
Counselor Marowak.
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Thank you. I believe that completes tonight's agenda.